Leo's favorite cake in the main chat.
I love all of your faces.
Hooray.
Please tell me that's what we came in on.
That's what we came in on. That's
beautiful.
You made that's a decision you've made.
Yeah, I'm trying to be more positive. I mean,
It's out there in the world now.
Positivity is something we all need in this world.
Not too much positivity, because then you'll eventually get to double
You'll
your hit points and
explode, yes.
explode.
Yeah, if you have double your HP and positivity.
Weirdest fucking episode of Ted Lasso.
Yeah, that feeling when somebody compliments you so much that it doesn't feel insincere, that's positive energy damage. Right?
Oh. Bards are bullshit, you guys. Just saying.
Yeah, no, they absolutely are.
Yeah, have fun breaking everything forever.
Yeah, we've just signed up to be dorm mates with a Looney Tunes character.
No, I can't be full Looney Tunes because I can't make anvils above people's heads.
Fair.
You have to do the Ultros thing, which is you build it on top of the rafters, and then it takes 5 minutes to push it off.
So we were at a game store yesterday. I don't know why. My wife just showed me on her phone. She's like, hey, look, there's this game store. They're doing a grand opening. We have to go check it out. And I'm like, you don't... Like, it's going to be like Warhammer and Magic the Gathering and stuff. And she's like, we're going to go check it out.
Yeah, no, I haven't had the pre-release. People playing dragons?
I don't know how to answer your question, because... Like, I'm a nerd. But then there are, like, nerds who are nerds to nerds the way that nerds are to non-nerds. Anyway, I don't know. There was PAX.
Oh, so you
think
think you're too cool for school is what I'm hearing.
I think I'm too cool for Magic the Gathering. That's what I'm saying.
Probably.
No, we didn't walk around and see what everybody was playing, but people had. I'm sure there was a bunch of Magic there. There's probably there was a bunch of Warhammer. It was what I said. It was Warhammer and miniatures and Magic the Gathering. They had one small shelf with board games and stuff, and then one small shelf with like TTRPG books. And we got there, and my wife was like, okay, it's not what I was expecting, but like we're obligated to like pick something out and buy something now. So she's browsing the board games, and I'm like, they had the core Pathfinder 2 book, and I'm like, I almost bought it. I almost like, I'll just go ahead and plunk this down. I'll just have it on the shelf. I'll be able to make intelligent comparisons between my game and the enemy game or whatever. But I'm like, no, you know what? I'm never going to run this. And I just, it's super expensive, and the book weighs 900 pounds. You have to like carry it out with a forklift. So what other 5e books do they have? And I found one. It's a third-party licensed book that's just called Anime 5e. And I'm like, what the hell is this? And I'm flipping through this. As far as I can tell, it's just a way to make anime in 5e rules. Like, obviously, I don't want to allow that. Like, that's a bridge too far. But they had the monster manual. They're like Anime 5e bestiary. And I'm like, that I could put to some use. That I might be able to get some mileage out of. And I'm flipping through this book, and none of the stat blocks look familiar. Like, none of them look anything like a 5e stat block, and I would have no idea how to run any of these monsters. So I don't know what these people are doing. Because the core book I flipped through had a bunch of conversion. Like, here's what the classes are called in 5th edition, and here's what we're calling them now, kind of stuff. But I guess there's a bunch of proprietary rules and stuff latched on, so I couldn't even just plug in the monsters. So, there will be no anime going forward. Unfortunately, I didn't buy any books.
No.
I mean, Monk already has that. Like, if
we
I wanted
already have enough anime. Like, right now.
I almost played Goku, right?
Mm-hmm.
I could have been a Sun Soul Bard and done the Kamehameha wave, and I would have went Kamehameha every single time, but I decided not to subject
both
you.
Ways.
It doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It literally does not matter to anybody.
You just made somebody so fucking mad.
I did.
There's a Song of Ice and Fire channel I watch sometimes that does like these like cursed Jeopardy videos where it just does like quiz shows with other people in the Ice and Fire community. And one of the questions he asks is like, what character is powerful enough to single-handedly end the War of Five Kings or whatever? And the guy got it wrong. There was a discussion. They sat there and discussed it for a while. Like, someone from history, maybe like one of the great dragons, or somebody who predates, like someone from old Valyria, and they all got it wrong. And the host just goes, "No, it's fucking Goku."
Excellent.
I didn't say what Westeros character. I just said what character, and then there was a gunshot, and the video ended.
Yeah.
That's how you. That's how you're supposed. That's how you should really end a video. Is just gunshot fade. Just snap to black.
A murder was committed here.
It's Goku. I didn't say. Ah.
I'm sorry. Smash cut to black.
See, I would never do that to my D&D play. I would never troll you in that specific way. I try to troll you fairly.
You wouldn't troll us in that way because you would get super butt mad if. No.
I'm sorry,
McDohl,
but I'm
what
still
is the
really...
worst time you've been trolled by me at our table? What is the worst troll you've experienced in 10 years?
First campaign when my character got jobbed in an arena.
See, my recollection, and remember that there's video evidence, is that you were warned ahead of time what was going to happen.
I am 100%. I am 100% spinning. So I can be very like, oh God, what am I trying to say? Words are hard. Hi, words are hard, everybody. Welcome to D&D.
I do love to troll my players, but like there's a line you can't cross, and I feel like making the answer Goku is beyond that line.
I know for a fact you wouldn't troll us in that specific way because you take Game of Thrones lore so seriously.
That's fair.
I feel privileged to take Game of Thrones lore very seriously, because I don't find anything satisfying about taking lore seriously when the lore itself doesn't take itself seriously, if that makes sense. Like, I don't see how people can get so obsessed with Star Wars when it's so very clear that Star Wars has no, like, guiding vision to it. It's just a big splat. And it can be a fun splat, but except for Star Wars, those are good.
Or bad.
Like I'm immersing myself in Elder Scrolls lore these days. I'm doing a playthrough of all the Elder Scrolls game, and it's just so obvious that they're just making this up as they go along.
Oh, absolutely, yes.
You can only dig like down 2 or 3 feet in Elder Scrolls before you start hitting the dissatisfying answers. Like the warp in the West, which is hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
What is the warp in the West?
So
I'm God did a fucky wucky.
Elder Scrolls 2 Daggerfall ends, and the ending is choose which ending you want. You got 7 choices, and they're all different. Well,
right
now they got to make Elder Scrolls 3. And like, okay, which ending is canonical? And
I know this. Okay.
And instead of picking one of these, all of them are canonical, and time broke, and things were fine afterwards. Don't think about it.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
I remember this.
We call that the capitalism ending.
Well, so here's what bugs me about it, right? Is because their version of the ending where all 7 happen at once and time just kind of whatever is identical to what would have happened if the Emperor had just won. If you pick the Emperor ending, that's what happens. That's what ends up happening as far as the rest of the world's concerned. So just say the Emperor ending is canonical and don't have the pretzel timeline. I would say that because that's the ending that I like. Obvious.
The pretzel timeline?
No, I like the Emperor ending.
Now. I want the pretzel. I want a pretzel now.
I try to avoid pretzel timelines in D&D. Anyway, who has a 100-word summary of all the trouble you guys got into last week?
I don't think we got
We
any trouble.
finished
We solved the dungeon.
we finished the training dungeon. We beat up Léopold.
We did beat up Léopold. That did happen.
No, I recall I beat the shit out of
Yeah,
Hugo,
no, you beat the
and
shit.
then
You beat the shit out of Hugo.
And then like Geppa put Léopold to sleep. And then you guys beat the shit out of the Wii Fit trainer.
That's how I remember it.
Yeah. We don't know if we've finished that dungeon. Like, we have to
We did.
investigate that. Like, well, I mean, we don't know what the criteria is for you're done.
Well, we
done.
got all the rooms. We got all the treasure.
Did we?
Yeah.
We got a large amount of treasure. I would say that the dungeon is clear by adventurer standards, but who knows what Prismari standards are for this. So,
I guess
something
that
we
is
should-
a good point.
that's something that we should do. We should go talk to the dean at the start.
Yeah.
Okay. Does
Got a
anybody
grade on that?
want to brag about your crazy level 3 stuff that you just got?
I can punch with fire, cold, lightning.
So everybody
Trying to think,
except
like,
Destil
acid.
has chosen their subclass at this point, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
I have a subclass.
Genevieve is super impressed that
This
you can
isn't
punch.
this isn't
with
3.5,
fire.
4.5, 5.5,
Or
whatever.
6.0.
I guess I'm class level 1.
Yep. He rolled sorcerer.
That's right.
But it's fire, cold, lightning, acid, poison. I feel like I'm missing something, but maybe not. And I got a dragon's breath that I could shoot either in a line or a cone.
Are
Seems
you part
overpowered.
dragon?
Am I part dragon? I mean, in universe, I don't know.
Well,
Ambiguous.
Genevieve would ask that.
Like Léopold
Dragons
would
aren't real.
Like, rather insensitively, because, like, you're not human. She's just, like,
Léopold-
genuinely curious.
Léopold will tell you they say that there's dragon blood in the people where I'm from, but you know, I don't know.
That's
Dragons
really
aren't real.
cool. Oh, man, I hope I get to meet a dragon someday. I bet I could learn a lot from it.
Dragons aren't real.
All right, a black dragon descends on Strixhaven.
Cool.
See, they're real. I told you.
Okay,
And then-
I stand corrected.
Immediately eats Genevieve.
Hooray! I died doing what I love.
Flies away. That's I think that exact bit happens in Disenchantment.
Well, I hope I meet a dragon and then it just swoops down.
That it eats them. Yeah.
Okay.
I have the ability to make a 5 by 5 foot cage over top of Genevieve so she stops being annoying.
What? Why?
So you guys
That's
wanted
it.
to
I'm turning my laser eyes on you.
you wanted to go and meet Dean Prismari to speak about the point of the training dungeon?
I think that's a
Correct.
good first step.
Okay.
So as everybody leaves, this is a very rare thing for Genevieve. She's doesn't seem to be wearing her armor. Like, she's just in her normal school attire. This almost never happens.
Jen, you're
Yeah,
naked.
you're not gonna regret that.
Well, she says, no, actually, I came up with a really good idea, in theory. And she, like, she snaps her fingers and her armor just suddenly appears around her. And, like, I could just take it on and off like this. I could just snap my fingers and there it is.
That's wild.
But
Wish I could do that.
I don't feel very comfortable out of it, so I kind of want to leave it on, but I feel a lot safer around you guys.
Aw.
Safer, like, she means socially and not, like, protecting her, even though the double meaning is there.
Although, I mean, she probably shouldn't because I did punch her in the back of the head once. Last
Yeah, but
session.
you were possessed by the Wii Fit trainer.
The ghost of the Wii Fit trainer.
Yeah.
Was he though?
You're not Sarah, Chris. Knock it off.
So Dean Prismari is always very approachable. He always seems to be wherever it is you go looking for him. Well, there's out in the back of Prismari campus is a place that's kind of a dumping repository for all the failed art experiments and things that happen. And that's where you find him, walking through this garden of failed artwork. And the 5 of you approach him at once.
That seems harsh. Is artwork failed?
Is that what you've come here to discuss?
No. I'm just pontificating philosophy.
That's a dangerous game.
Yeah.
don't do that.
I'm aware who I'm speaking to.
It's okay, Genevieve. We can discuss we can discuss that at a later time. What we
No, I was pontificating as Raz, and I was accusing Brickroad of being dangerous to talk philosophy with.
Famously, my opinion on philosophy is that philosophy is bullshit. There's nothing to be gained about thinking.
I think by definition that's correct.
I'll never argue with you about that. McLean and I have had some legendary debates about my feelings on philosophy in general.
Well, I'm a scientist, but I do accept that you have to start somewhere. Anyway.
Yeah, you guys are approaching Dean Prismari to speak about the training dungeon.
How do
We
we
will
ask this?
Alister will explain to the dean that we've been through the training dungeon. We've collected however much treasure we've collected. We've explored all the runes, and we're not quite sure if we're finished yet or if there's more to it that we haven't found.
To which he asks, under what conditions would you consider yourselves finished?
Well, I think if we've found all the treasure and explored every nook and cranny and checked for secret doors in all the room and found everything we could, probably time to move onward.
And have you done these things?
I think so. Alister will turn to his party.
Genevieve will
Yes, thank
raise
you.
Genevieve will raise her finger and say, I think we would be done with the dungeon if we've learned everything we can from the dungeon.
What have you learned?
Oh, I learned how to do this, and she pushes a button and her armor disappears.
You learned that
Oh,
from the
my-
dungeon?
Well, it inspired me in a way. I mean, if having your armor ready at all times is really useful, and honestly, I was getting kind of tired of sleeping in it.
You were sleeping in it.
I was trying to get used to it, but eventually I would just get... It was really sore, and I take it off.
It is the nature of the space that you explored to attempt to impart a lesson with each physical location. I inquire then, what lessons do you believe the various rooms you explored were meant to impart, and did you in fact learn them?
Don't make deals with hags.
That's a good one.
Stay out of heart-shaped rooms? Leo?
I mean, I learned that a great number of problems can be solved with violence.
This is a worthy lesson to learn, yes.
Look before you leap, but not for too long.
Sometimes the solutions are the most obvious ones.
Except for the times when the solutions aren't obvious at all.
What obvious solutions worked for you in this place?
I have a
Violent.
key in my hand.
Violence.
And were there
Violence did tend.
places
say
where
violence.
violence did not avail you?
Yes. Improvisation, cleverness,
The puzzle.
Approaching-
The
approaching
puzzle.
approaching situations from a different angle.
I had a frog in my throat. The different rooms with puzzles in them that we had to solve by thinking rather than by punching.
If there was one lesson that you would say the space was meant to impart upon you, what would that lesson be?
Teamwork, Genevieve shouts out.
Yeah, agreed.
We started off really haphazardly, and my mentor had to save us. even though I don't really think she had to save us. But it was important that she did, I guess, because I learned to voice opinions about leadership and like, oh, this is what I can do and how I can contribute.
Teamwork is important, but you shouldn't go into a dungeon half-heartedly. It's dangerous, and you can easily lose your life if you don't pay attention.
The Dean tells you that, in reality, the real dungeons that were exposed with the Second Sundering, or similar geological events, like the one that Dean Darkwood used to level the grounds for the construction of Strixhaven. Real ruins seekers, they don't deal with a piecemeal, gamified version of danger like you did. There will not be solutions, there will not be rules, there will not be lessons to learn. There will just be you interfacing with the danger directly.
So the lesson is all the other lessons were stupid.
I know.
Geppa seems satisfied with this.
It just means we have more to learn, and that knowledge.
Yeah, all of our
isn't-
lessons so far were really stupid. You know what? I've been trying to make heads or tails of it this whole time, and that makes way more sense.
She puts her hands on her hips and says, "Geppa, don't minimize my learning."
No, you got that cool armor now.
Yeah, and I wouldn't have learned it if I didn't.
Geppa can't minimize your learning. Your learning is up to you.
Dean Prismari, with a smirk on his face, watching the discussion amongst the students. Perhaps Geppa is near to grasping a profound truth. Perhaps there is value in learning contradictory lessons.
There's nothing more contradictory than Genevieve and Geppa, that's for sure.
And yet, the two of you have accomplished something.
Yes, I call it frustration, she says.
I guess the real question, Dean, is what next?
He tells you that's an extremely good question. Now that you have had a taste of ruin seeking, a time-honored vocation in the Republic that for many centuries was kept as a stranglehold of the nobility and the church. Now that you've seen the dangers and the wonders of it, is this a path you would continue to walk?
It'll make for a great story.
Then the next
Yeah, I
lesson
think-
you must learn is that there is no path to walk. Many opportunities will come before you in your careers. It will be to your discretion which ones you pursue and which ones you do not, and for what reasons.
Okay. So, do we have to like ask permission to go? Like, what is there like? Do we have to get like a permission slip?
He tells you that each of you will seek your own balance between your academic duties at Strixhaven and this new vocation that you've chosen for yourselves. That conflicts will arise between them. So several of you are from noble families. There will be conflicts there as well. Conflicts with the church, conflicts with academic pursuit, conflicts with each other, and conflicts with other ruins seekers. There is no playbook. The world is vast and unplumbed.
So We just go wander around and look for ruins?
I mean, I guess we could research them in the library.
That is why they call them ruin seekers.
I mean, I just figured you might know of some ruins that were currently on the list to be investigated that haven't been explored yet, but okay.
He says that there are many places in the excavation. Well, he's talking specifically about over here in Darkhold College that are currently under official excavation, and that this is one avenue you might think to try, is to join one of those official excavation teams.
Ooh, do we get elective credit for this?
You do not.
Oh.
Well, I don't know. Maybe in year 2 you'll be able to select your new classes. Maybe you can select one as one of your classes.
Yeah.
We haven't thought about year 2 yet.
Yeah, no. It was just the first thing I thought of. How can I scam the system to get out of here in 3 years? I don't have any other questions.
Okay.
I feel like we've wrapped the training dungeon with a nice little bow.
Yeah.
Is that
I
it for...
guess my understanding is we now have carte blanche to go poke around in places we shouldn't.
Always had that.
Yeah, but now it's sanctioned, sort of.
How is it a place we shouldn't be, but sanctioned?
We're less likely to die now.
I don't know about that one.
I'm not sure that's true.
That just means you need
See, we
bigger and
agree on
better
something.
ruins. Sorry, I have to open up immigrant.com.
Immigrant.com.
Means we're not going to get expelled for poking our nose around places.
That's
we
not,
alone at
that's
this
that's
point?
not what he said.
Are we alone at this point? Like, is
You can be if you
left?
want. You can go back to your dorm or...
He said something that I don't know how I feel about. What if we came up against other rune seekers?
We punched them. Violence.
No,
Oh,
we
God.
join them. They join us.
Like, you've met Ellen, right? God, they're insufferable.
I don't know how I feel about fighting a classmate. Unless it's Léopold. We've got that figured out.
We don't have to fight them. They can be our new friends.
I mean, well, sir.
So what is the plan if you come up against a rival team of ruin seekers that is causing you problems?
I mean, it depends on if they attack us.
Tie their shoelaces together.
And to what degree are each of you willing to put your academic pursuits in jeopardy to seek ruins?
Yes.
Infinity, because isn't that the point of the campaign?
The point of the campaign is to lull you all into a false sense of security so I can send you back to Ravenloft.
Sweet. Infinity +1.
Nope, I have to study. I can't go to Ravenloft today or ever.
If you go to Ravenloft, you never have to go to class again.
I can't fit Ravenloft
I
into my
like
schedule.
class.
So Geppa is a yes and Jen is a no.
No, Genevieve actually, I mean, learning is a lifelong process, and whether she's in a classroom or not, she'll learn.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be her justification for going on an adventure.
Okay.
She might feel bad about it.
Alister is a firm yes, because he's here to be an artist, and to be an artist you need inspiration, and you find inspiration from life, and you don't live life sitting in a classroom.
So how often does he skip class?
Whenever something more interesting is going on.
Okay.
So constantly.
So yes.
So, always.
Well, I guess that's the question. Is, does he actively seek things that are more interesting to give him an excuse to skip class?
Yes.
Okay.
and see.
Let's go ahead and get Geppa and Hugo paid for the week.
Okay.
And I'm going to give everybody the opportunity to take a downtime action as things kind of get back to normal for the next week or so.
Oh, I gotta find what I did for mine.
Your previous downtime actions were all used on taking your exams.
Oh no, I mean I planned out my exam retake.
Oh, you're retaking an exam?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I wrote down all the answers.
So I guess we'll start with you then. Which
Make sure
exam?
you change the questions.
Which exam are you retaking?
Magical secrets. Oh, it's written on my character sheet.
Magical
Yeah,
secrets.
Magical secrets. Yeah. I have unfortunately chosen to play an academic, which means that I'm going to just have to master every exam because she loves learning.
Got it. I think
Yeah.
you aced your second exam, didn't you?
I did, so that'll save me a future downtime action.
All right. How are you studying for this exam?
By watching the previous videos.
No. I mean, are you going to study or cram?
I mean, I have all the answers written out here, so just study, I suppose.
Okay, so go ahead and make that skill check. Let's see if you get a freebie.
I do get a freebie.
Okay. Then I guess we'll go into the D&D puzzle room.
I'm gonna make Brick create question databases. Good job.
I already have question database. I already have that
It's the same
done.
questions. If it's not the same questions, I'm fucked. There we go. I've been punted into this channel.
All right. I'm only going to ask the questions that you got wrong
Yeah.
on magical secrets because you got 3 right.
Yeah, and it should be the first 2.
The bare minimum.
Oh, wait, hold on. No. The first and the last one.
So you have 1 freebie and you've got 1 50-50.
Yeah.
First question. According to Old Etherine Edict, what is the punishment for a person who hoards magical secrets? Is it A, none, in fact, they receive a commendation, B, they are stripped of land and title and placed into service of the church, C, their hands are bound with silvered wire until they are no longer able to practice magic? Those are your 3 options, because previously you selected D, the church employs the guillotine, and that was wrong.
Yeah, so I actually went into the Discord and looked for the file that you uploaded in like 2021.
Yeah.
And I found the answer, and it is, they shall be stripped of all title and wealth and be made to enter a life of lowliest servitude within the church so that their spirit be cleansed, which is B.
You're going with B. Okay.
Yeah.
And your second question. After the Unification War, which province was found to be in greatest violation of hoarding magical secrets?
I'll use my freebie.
And it
Should be
is
Velumore.
Velumore. Yes, Velumore is
Yeah.
the great unseelie wood in the far west.
That I could not find any information about. Except for watching Chris's video.
All right, let's go back and see if you passed.
Hooray.
IP.
All right, Genevieve is retaking her magical secrets exam, and I am delighted to report that she has in fact aced the exam and can take her second D4.
Yay!
Yay.
It's perception. I felt like that was a good one to have 2d4 in.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
All right, who wants to take their downtime action next?
I do have a question.
Sure.
For perfecting a spell and the limit, can you forget a previously perfected spell to perfect another spell later?
I would allow that. That seems reasonable.
Cool. I would like to perfect a spell.
Okay. Have you already started this process? Do you already have a previous...
No.
So it's a DC 30 ability check using your spellcasting ability.
I have to choose a spell first. Hold on. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna call a non-cipher on that. None of these spells that I can use are actually like this will be useful next level. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
Someone else should go. I thought I had a good idea and I didn't. All my
Okay.
ideas are bad.
I can go.
All right, what's Hugo gonna do?
I would like to have a relationship encounter with my boss, Elena the Coffee Mancer, with the intent of improving my relationship with her.
I mean, she commends you on being such a valuable employee. So you're going to go up to a level 2 in their relationship,
Yeah.
which means you can select what's a good boon for this character.
Discounts on her wares, possibly.
You want an
What you
employee
think?
an employee discount?
Yeah.
Okay. Say that you and your friends can, within reason, eat at the Fire Jolt Cafe for free. And then the
Oh my goodness.
mechanicals, like she was selling you like magic coffee and stuff, right?
Correct. Yeah.
So potions and things that you would, mechanical things, we'll say will give you what sounds reasonable, a 30% discount, employee discount?
That's a lot.
Well, the benefit needs to be enough to be worth it.
No, I'm
Yeah.
aware. I'm just in real life. I'm thinking like, holy shit.
In real life, I've worked a lot of retail and I've never gotten an employee discount on anything.
Yeah, no.
A lot of what my employee discount stuff has been at cost rather than MSRP.
Yeah, see, I worked at Home Shopping Network for a couple of years. We didn't even get that. What we got was access to the product demo room. Ooh.
Ooh.
So we could go play with all the stuff we weren't allowed to buy. All right, so yeah, you and your friends can eat there free, which could possibly be leveraged as a social benefit in some situations. And I'll give you a 30% discount on like mechanically beneficial stuff, which right now I think is limited to potions of healing and what was the coffee that we settled on? There was a magic coffee.
It was the one that I think it was either Expeditious Retreat or Long Strider. I can't remember which.
Expeditious
one it was.
Retreat sounds correct.
That's right.
And she would be able to sell stuff like antitoxins, that kind of stuff out of the PHB, herbalism kits kind of thing. 30% discount on those items. Either with gold or with the fake gemstones, but you have to use the magic word to access the black market first.
Oh, I'll have to remember that one.
Who else wants to take a downtime
Oh,
action?
yeah, what is that?
I can go.
What is Alister doing as downtime?
Alister is going to party to increase his popularity.
Do you have a previous party score that you're adding to?
Apparently it's 23.
23. So you're making a DC 23 popularity check.
And the only modifier is just your current popularity modifier, right?
Yep, that's it.
I can't use a bar die. Well, I rolled a 6 because I suck.
You rolled a 6. So
I
you
rolled a
failed the
6.
check,
Yes.
but you can reduce the DC of your next check by half your roll. So next time the DC will be 20.
Do you have a popularity score modifier?
No, my popularity is 10.
Oh, okay.
So just make a note that your next DC on this is 20. And yeah, your parties are drawing interest, but not the right kind of interest. You need to course correct. Like, people are like, did you see that party Alister threw? Like, nobody showed up. It was the saddest thing, but he still pretended like he was having fun the whole time. We gotta
he
go
was
see that next
absolutely
time.
having fun.
Alister was playing Party House, and the first two people were Treble, and he ended the party immediately.
That's a great reference. Good job.
I don't get it, and I think I'm afraid to get it.
You gotta get UFO 50, my dude. You gotta get on some Party House.
Party House is so good.
Party House is really good.
It's a deck builder.
It's one of those games of
It's
UFO
work,
50
but-
that's almost worth the price of UFO 50 by itself.
Yeah.
Oh,
I was
Oh.
convinced that game was impossible, and then I finally got one.
deck builder, you had my curiosity, but now you have my erection.
Yeah, it's completely astork. There were no deck builders back then, but it's brilliant.
That's what makes UFO 50 great. It's like, what if there were deck builders back then? What would a deck builder look like on the NES? Like, it would look like
40%
that.
of my involvement in this thing is thinking overly long thoughts about exactly how historic or ahistoric various things are. Like Nimpo, that was pre-Super Mario Brothers. There were no jumping physics like that, my man.
Right.
But it's really fun.
Okay, so that takes care of Alister's. Did any of the rest of you go to Alister's party?
Yeah.
Hugo would.
Genevieve was a wallflower.
Alister, maybe that's why your parties are failing. You got all these square jobs showing up.
Yeah. Need to have parties without
You
these guys.
invited us. What does it say about you?
It says I wish I could inspire myself.
Who's the dweeb in the armor? Everybody says, and Genevieve's just like, "Hi."
Dude, that suit of armor talks. Who else wants a downtime
Holy-
action?
Quickly becoming the mascot.
Who hasn't gone?
Leo
Besides
hasn't
me.
gone. Geppa hasn't gone.
I am actually gone.
I would like to have a relationship encounter with our dear roommate, whose name escapes me because
Dahlia.
Dolly, because I wrote down everyone's names and I can't find my paper.
With Dahlia. So you want to go up to a level 1 relationship with Dahlia.
Yeah.
What do you do with Dahlia? Just like working out?
Yeah, just show her, like, you said she's a Way of the Elements monk?
Yes.
Right, so I'm going to compare ways to punch with fire.
Yeah, that's awesome. I don't have a stat block for Dahlia, but I imagine she can do something similar.
Yeah.
So you're just like working out, you're just running the bridge back and forth, hitting the bag or
Yeah.
the log or
Yeah.
whatever. Okay.
Yeah, monk things. Foot races.
There's
None of
always
these jabronis
this
can keep up with me.
there's always this bubbling neurosis just under the surface of Dahlia. Like it like anything could just set her off into just an emotional meltdown at any moment, but it never completely happens. That's
Yeah.
just kind of the vibe where she lives.
I'm under the impression that she's cursed after the rug.
Oh, the rug. Genevieve has set that to like 1%, but Dahlia still.
She triggers it every
1
time.
and 2. 1 and 2 probably. And she's just like, that's improbable.
The real curse of Dahlia's life is that the Fire Jolt Cafe serves these. What did we decide it was? There was some kind of pastry that she was trying to get, and they're always out the second she shows up.
Like it's mystical. Like Hugo, it like sets them back for her, and they still disappear.
Yeah, you set some aside for her, and then Alister snitched them for his party. Put him out with the punch.
Hugo's trying, but that's probably why our relationship is still a -1, because, yeah.
So you've decided that this poor girl's been cursed. Like, just she's unlucky.
Yeah,
Okay.
you've done nothing to like indicate otherwise.
Is Dahlia a human or
She's human,
not?
yes.
She is,
As
okay.
as the teller of this story, you have done nothing to assuage my doubts.
I don't believe there have been any non-human NPCs yet. I don't think so. I think one of your professors might be a halfling. I'd have to double check. All right, that just leaves Geppa.
I would like to have a relationship encounter with Ellen.
With Ellen.
Ellen
And
Veritas.
do you want to go to -3?
Yep.
Okay, and that means I get to highlight that little square on my... Nah, that's a bad color. Let's pick a better color. Nah, whatever, it's fine. So, next time you go on an adventure, maybe not today's adventure, because I don't have a stat block for her yet, but I will make an Ellen stat block. I'll put her as about level 5-ish. And so how do you... you envision Ellen as a rogue, right? Do you know what kind of rogue?
Probably. Just want to say thief. Like that's a pretty good one for dungeoneering.
Okay.
She did steal your rope. We don't know how.
So yeah, we have two characters.
Actually, you know what? Let's do arcane trickster because she is a Veritas. Let's have her have some low level magic. That's pretty in character.
And she keeps tricking you.
And she keeps tricking you. She's literally a trickster. Okay. So yeah, I'll put together an L and step block. The only step block I currently have as an NPC helper buddy is Kinney. And that was it. Does everybody have downtime actions done?
Alister's girlfriend. Ooh.
She came to his party.
Probably left after like 5 minutes.
I rolled a 6. It was a bad party.
That is a pretty bad party.
What you've learned is you can't throw your own party. You've got to attend other people's parties.
Really?
Where did you have the party? Was it in here?
Apparently, it was in a shack out in the Wilderwoods or someplace.
Alister's shack party. He like dropped pamphlets. Okay.
The venue needs work.
Like middle of a swamp, everyone's socks got wet. It was very unfun.
Miriam would disapprove.
Okay. Now it's time to load a new map.
A new map? Say it ain't so.
I would say it ain't so, but I wouldn't want to lie to you.
Oh, I resized my tile.
Skill issue.
Oh god,
this
not
is
this
bad.
map.
Not this map again.
Oh, but it's your favorite map.
It's the worst map.
I mean, I don't think Genevieve minds this class at all.
Oh. Hate this class.
Genevieve is weird.
I'm
Next-
so happy you said that. That was exactly what I was going for.
Next thing I want to do is I want to just go down the list, and I want each of you to tell me one surprising thing you've learned from your mushrooms class. From potions, panaceas, and poisons taught by Professor Blackleaf. Yeah, give it some thought.
Are we making stuff up or?
Yeah, you can. It probably should be fungus or mushroom related, but if it's not, like if you've learned some axiomatic truth of academic philosophy by studying mushrooms, like if you had a eureka moment, that'd be great too.
Alister has learned to his surprise that there are mushrooms which alter the physical nature of the person who eats them. For instance, there was one accident that happened where a kid turned into a gaseous form when he ate the wrong mushroom.
Okay.
Potions cannot be reliably identified by taste or smell. They are inconsistent on those axes.
We just speak up. I think I've got one.
Yeah, go ahead.
Genevieve says that she learned that the Speak with Plants spell has its origins in how fungal networks can be used for plants to communicate with each other.
Speak with plants work on mushrooms?
Don't. Why are you like this?
Did you just basically say that plants communicate by chemicals exactly the way they do in physics and chemistry and biology?
I very quickly Googled like interesting mushroom facts, and I saw one about how, because I knew like fungi like communicate, and there's like huge networks of them.
Do
And so
you think we can use these networks to teleport a ship across the planet?
Thank you, Destil.
Further
Thank you.
research is
That's
needed.
all.
Now, let's make this
Bless
very
you,
clear
Destil.
before we go any further. In terms of D&D creature categorization, mushrooms are plants. Their creature type is plant.
Yeah.
So,
I learned that there are sentient mushrooms in the world.
that has to be a horrifying thought. Have you met one?
No.
His name's Geppa.
Are they called Goombas?
I feel like
Goombas
you know
are
what?
chestnuts.
Maybe
Cubans,
yeah,
chestnuts.
yeah. Maybe the teacher keeps a little myconid in a cage. I don't know.
She doesn't, but
That's kind of
She's married
horrific.
to a
If it's
fungus.
true.
Hugo, what is a surprising thing you've learned about mushrooms or fungus in this class?
That one specific fungus actually tastes like cow steak. It's very rare.
The fungus or the steak?
The fungus.
Okay.
But it tastes like rare steak. Is that what you meant?
Yes.
And it is
Bloody
Hugo's
and
favorite
everything.
fungus. It bleeds like a slab of beef.
Yes.
That sounds
Vegetarian.
awesome.
Hugo's favorite. It is Hugo's favorite new mushroom.
You guys have a couple of weeks before you will be examined in the mushroom class. And you guys are in this class with there's only a dozen students or so total. Because anybody who was able to get out of this class has gotten out of it. Nobody wants to take this class. Everybody is dreading the exam. Professor Blackleaf is terrible about putting things on her tests and quizzes that you never touched on in class. She just assumes that you know everything she does about mushrooms, and she gets very impatient and disappointed when you don't. She's not a great teacher, in other words. So everybody's dreading this exam. You don't even have a thought of how you would begin to study for this, because any obscure mushroom fact in any plane of existence is as likely to appear on this exam as anything else. One thing she does try to instill kind of from her curriculum, which is passed down to her from the school, do the five of you have an understanding of the difference between a potion, a poison, and a panacea?
Yeah, I would say so.
What is the difference,
Do we?
Hugo?
A panacea is a. Oh, God, I'm having trouble with words today.
Give an example of each.
Potion of healing.
Okay. But why
Poison.
Why is a potion of healing classified as a potion?
It is a fluid that conveys some sort of effect by ingestion.
Can poisons not also
Is
convey
your
an effect
buff.
by ingestion?
Potions are buffs, poisons are debuffs, panaceas are cures.
Is that Alister's understanding of the difference?
That's Alister's understanding.
Okay.
Geppa has no idea and isn't going to make something up.
Geppa just makes something up.
No, yeah.
Potions restore life, poisons restore magic, panaceas restore life and magic, and they're blue. What about
Correct.
Leo and Genevieve? Do Leo and Genevieve, have either of them given this any thought?
I mean, a potion can be poisonous. So it's probably like Leo probably says something along the lines of I have no clue.
No clue. Leo is lost.
I am lost. Like I have like legitimately no clue. Because I was gonna give something, but like because there's too much overlap.
Mm-hmm.
There's way too much overlap for there to be a firm.
So Genevieve would say that a panacea provides a beneficial effect, a poison provides a detrimental effect, and then a potion is just simply a catch-all term for all of them. Like anything could be a potion.
And you guys are a good company, because nobody in the rest of the class has a firm grasp of this either. It's like any answer you come up with, any understanding the professor insists is wrong or incomplete or unnuanced. And
we're not getting and she won't explain.
she does explain. She's just bad at explaining. She explains it. It feels like she explains it in different ways on different days. And it's just blows your mind that somebody this incompetent is the wrong word, because she clearly knows the material, but
She just doesn't know how to convey it.
She also is clearly a bad communicator. She doesn't want to be teaching. She treats this like you're all doing a disservice by wasting her valuable time, etc. And you got an exam coming up in a couple weeks. And you know more about mushrooms than you ever thought you could learn in your life. And the more you learn, the more you realize it's not enough to pass this exam. One of the other students, a Quandrix student named Xavier Werwick. He approaches your dorm one day. He claims to have gotten a hold, and he's not prepared to explain how or why, but he claims to have gotten a hold of... He what?
I was going to say, like, Leo sees, like, before he starts, like, he gets a hold of it, Leo puts an X sign up, and then turns around and walks away.
It's just a bag of Leo's favorite mushrooms I got a hold of. I was just trying to be nice.
He just turns around and leaves. He does not.
He got a hold of a printed exam that Professor Blackleaf used in a previous year, and she doesn't strike anybody as the kind of person who would update her exam from year to year. He thinks he's got the perfect way to cheat on this exam. His issue with it is that if he puts it to use and nobody else does, he will have been self-evidently cheating, right? He'll be immediately singled out. However, if he just...
Can I see that for a second?
He'll let you see it. Well, he wants to explain this before he lets anybody see it. He's like, you can imagine him holding the paperwork in his hands, like with a death grip on it. If he just makes this available to everybody in the class, then it will be very obvious what has happened. Like, her exam has gotten out and everybody just used their copy of it. So he just needs a couple of people in the class to pass the exam with him. And that's what he wants you guys to do with him. He wants you to cheat on this exam to hide the fact that he also cheated on the exam.
Cool. Can I see it?
He'll show it to you only after you agree to this. And my understanding is Hugo has noped out. Hugo saw this coming. Leo noped out.
Leo did, but Hugo is very much on board with that.
So Hugo's...
Alister would like...
Alister wants to cheat. What about Geppa and Genevieve?
Genevieve wants to go about it intelligently. Genevieve would want to go about it intelligently. Like, she isn't interested in the cheating, but she's definitely interested in helping people.
Is that her rationalization? In this case, cheating is helping someone?
I think so.
Okay. And and Geppa, is Geppa
She'd
down?
Probably do, okay.
Sorry?
Is Geppa down for cheating?
No.
No. Geppa's not. Why not? That seems...
He might... That seems like a lot of effort for no gain. He can fail the class honestly. There's no way that these are the right answers. Come on.
So you just don't think the plan will work. This is too cockamamie.
Yeah.
Okay. So Xavier sits down with Alister and Genevieve in your dorm room and going over this exam. And it's absolutely ridiculous. Half of it is stuff you've never covered. There's...
Wait, Brick.
Yeah.
So as soon as Alister gets the exam in his hands,
yep,
he casts invisibility on it.
On the exam?
On the exam.
Can you target an object with invisibility?
Yes.
I think so.
Well,
There's a weight limit.
I guess it's going to be a DM ruling. It says a creature you touch becomes invisible until the spell ends. Anything the target is wearing or carrying is invisible as long as it's on the target person. The spell ends if the target attacks or casts the spell.
So you would have to turn yourself invisible while you're holding the test.
If that's what I have to do, that's fine.
Okay. To which Werwick immediately stands up, says, "What are you doing?" And he knows what you've done. He's a student at a magic school. He knows what invisibility is.
Yeah, it's Alister takes the exam and leaves.
Go ahead and make me a hide check or a stealth check. Make this at advantage because you're invisible. You don't have to roll particularly high.
It
It's
is Chris
20.
though. Oh,
How'd you do?
Yeah, advantage. 20.
20? Okay, that beats my 1. Xavier stands up, looks around, and then looks at Genevieve, who's sitting there, and says, "What did he do?"
I have never seen him use that ability before, and Genevieve will actually help him look.
Well, Genevieve knows which room is Alister's. Well, where did Alister go? Let's cover that first.
Alister goes to the professor.
You're gonna report. You're gonna go straight.
he's gonna narc.
You're gonna
he's
hop a
gonna go
tram
narc.
to Witherbloom and narc on this. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Genevieve, I'll leave it up to Genevieve whether or not she realizes that Alister has left. You
The front door
decide
would
that.
open.
You can either decide one way or the other, or you can decide to roll against his 20. It's up to you.
I think the first thing Genevieve would do is look in his room and then just. I mean,
Okay.
if he just bolted for the door and she didn't notice that.
Well, that's what I mean, is you can decide whether or not you noticed where he went. Or
Oh
you can.
no, I would say it's more interesting if she didn't.
Okay, so by the time you go to check his room, because you know which room is Alister's, you and this poor Quandric boy, by the time you check his room, he's obviously not there. He says, "That was my only copy. Now what am I supposed to do?"
Genevieve will say, pretend none of this ever happened?
And he stomps away. It's clear that you've made an enemy this day at Quandric's College.
Like Genevieve specifically, or
Probably all 5 of you, because all 5 of you are kind of tight. You're known as your little clique on campus.
Genevieve just wanted to help out.
I think it'd be funnier if he just like holds Genevieve personally responsible.
So, Alister, you go to deliver this to Professor Blackleaf.
Yes.
Okay. She's very hard to find during times where she's not conducting class. Like, professors are supposed to keep some amount of office hours, but she just doesn't because she's not a very good professor. However, on this particular day, you do in fact find her in her classroom? Question mark. And she looks up from whatever she's doing at the table here. It looks like she's got some kind of mycological experiment going. Ah, Alister. Not my worst student.
Professor, I found something of yours. Or rather, I took something somebody had of yours. And he'll put the exam on her desk and explain that. What was his name? Xavier or whatever?
Xavier Werwick.
Xavier Werwick of whatever college he was from came to our dorm asking if we would help him cheat. So I took his exam and here you go.
And she looks it over, kind of disinterested. She says it would have been smarter to have used this to pass the exam, don't you think?
No, because if I'm going to fail, I may as well fail on my own. Cheating doesn't mean I actually know the material. If I don't know it, I don't know it.
I don't know if I'm supposed to impart lessons to you outside of fungological studies. Well, she takes the exam and she puts it into a drawer. It disappears from your sight. She says, but here's a lesson. Honesty will gain you nothing in this world.
I disagree with that, but we can agree to disagree.
She shrugs, says, I'm not here to convince you. Then she eyeballs the door. You're dismissed.
Have a good evening.
Now nobody gets to cheat on the test, and the teacher didn't even care. I'm surprised 4 of you were a solid no, and 1 of you was a let's see where this goes. I thought for sure I'd get 3 cheaters out of you.
You got 2. Genevieve was willing to cheat.
I know Genevieve was a. Let's see where this goes. Nobody, everyone else was a firm no.
Okay.
3 people walked out of the room, and then Alister foiled the plot.
Yep.
I expected Geppa and Alister to, yeah.
I expected Geppa, Alister, and Genevieve, and I thought Hugo could go either way.
Hugo was disinclined.
I think you might overestimate the importance Geppa puts on his studies.
We're
So-
good aligned characters this time.
I'm not.
But like we have this discussion like probably once a week. But yes, but if you fail, then they kick you out of the college, and where do you go then? Back in the crate?
So if you fail your exam, you'll be put on academic probation, which means you lose your job, you lose your extracurriculars.
Lose your Ellen.
And if you fail enough exams, yeah, you could eventually be expelled from the college and so on. Failing one class won't end your academic career, but it certainly won't help it either. And you guys have a lot riding on your extracurriculars right now. 2 of you are working a job. All of you are heavily invested in this production of 50 Shades of Sand that's going to be put on at the end of the semester.
Yeah.
Like, a lot of people are relying on you for that, and if you're suddenly pulled because you fail an exam, you're going to let a lot of people down, especially if Alister fails. He's the leading man. Do any of you
conspire to make the worst exam ever that we're all going to fail?
Oh, honey. What makes you think I already haven't?
Cheating was the
I
right
know.
thing to do.
Yeah, no, cheating was the correct thing.
The question then becomes, do any of you have any strategy for attempting to pass this exam coming up?
Nope.
Cram.
I'm gonna try and
Cram.
actually
Get
work
as
out my
many
points.
freebies as possible.
Yeah. Save up the blips.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to. Is it cheating if you talk to somebody? I have an idea.
Who passed previously?
You have an idea?
Who took this? Yeah, I'm gonna track down somebody who previously taken the class
Mhm.
and ask them what kind of questions they ended up with, so I can guide my studies that way. But yeah, no.
Okay.
I'm not-
You
I
find
refuse
somebody
to
who was
cheat.
able to pass a previous exam of hers, and the reason they were able to pass is because they are on a religious academic track. They're on course to be essentially a witch hunter for the church. They're here to learn magical skills to kind of do the same job that Ekon used to do. And the reason that they passed is that the exam had so many questions about mythological and religious uses of various kinds of fungus, which was absolutely never gone over during the class. It was just a total fluke. The person you talked to took it as a sign from air that they are walking the correct path to be an Aethar and a witch hunter.
Uh-huh.
But as far as valuable insight that you could use to pass the exam, there's not much to be had.
I'll ask him one more question.
Yeah.
What's the difference between a potion, a poison, and a panacea?
A potion is his understanding is a potion is a medium to transmute beneficial magical effects. A poison is a medium to transmute negative effects, and a panacea is a medium to counteract negative effects. That's his understanding, predominantly coming from being an Aethar and a healer.
Right.
But when he told that to Professor Blackleaf, she scoffed and called him an idiot and an idiot sandwich.
Put 2 pieces of bread up
Right.
that she keeps in her
Both
drawer
an
just to do
idiot
that.
and an idiot sandwich.
Like she doesn't even like bread. She's got like celiac or something. She just keeps 2 pieces of bread in there so she can
For that reason.
do. Yeah.
It's mushroom bread.
She has a version of Goodberry that summons 2 slices of bread instead of a Goodberry. So whether or not that information helps you formulate a plan for this exam, I don't know, but that's what you find. I will everybody can give me a I'm going to call this a popularity check. Let's see if anybody can hit a DC 15 popularity check amongst you.
I actually made it.
Okay.
Oh, I don't think I did.
I rolled a 9.
Flat roll. Flat roll.
13.
I did not make it.
Flat roll. Let's make that flat roll and see what happens.
Is Geppa the most popular among you?
No, I have a -2. I just rolled really well.
Just rolled really.
I think
I
it might
rolled
be
really badly.
Genevieve. I have a 14 popularity, but I only rolled an 11.
Geppa.
Yeah.
Because of your popularity and because you're kind of known having been strong-armed into this class that nobody wants to take, you learned some techniques, some strategies you might employ in year 2 to avoid this situation again. A lot of students used a lot of techniques to get out of having to take this bizarre mushroom class. So you're pretty sure this is something that doesn't need to happen to you again unless you desire it.
Okay. Wait, there's a second year of this class?
If you fail the first year, there very well might be.
Okay.
But you might be able to weasel your way out of it, where the rest of these nerds are just going to be stuck in mushroom land for all the rest of time. The exam is one question. Is Toad's cap his head, or is it a hat?
Only dissection will answer the question.
It depends on what interpretation of Toad it is, because the cartoon.
You failed. You
Toad-
already failed.
Yeah.
You already failed. It wasn't an essay question. It was... See you next year in Mushroom Class Part 2.
Mushroom harder.
Everybody go ahead and take the benefits of a long rest if you need to. Let's go ahead and refill all the stuff. Make sure you've got your spells selected that you want for adventure mode and whatnot. Did anybody have anything else they wanted to get out of the way before the next adventure kicks off? Any shopping or anything? We can take care of the bookkeeping stuff real quick.
I don't think we have a ton of money to work with.
Let me look at what I need.
Mhm.
No, they're attached to my wrists. I'm good.
Oh, yeah,
I
you're
don't
good to go.
want to get a reputation for selling fake gems yet.
I think I have everything.
Leo's ready to be a Daggerfall character. He's already got the best weapon in the game.
Yep. I just need to turn into a werewolf.
I didn't find being a werewolf helped very much. Also, we already had a werewolf monk at the Flumph table.
We do.
Yeah, it happened.
It was a good
I guess technically I'm sort of I'm like a watered down werewolf monk.
Your wish.com Edmont.
I'm Timu.
You guys are awoken in the middle of the night
Great value.
by the sound of Dahlia arguing with somebody out at the door in your commons area. Dahlia frequently gets home very late at night. She sounds more agitated than usual. And every few moments during this argument that you hear with this whoever else is out there, you hear the roar of the tiger as she's pacing back and forth in the room, anxiously.
Dahlia, care to take this out to the quad rather than right at our doorstep?
on the tiger.
I know, Geppa casts Shillelagh and asks if you have to beat this person up for her.
So the person in question is a very short, scrawny, probably first-year Witherbloom student, wearing kind of just dingy robes, black, sleepless crescents under her eyes. Her eyes go wide at the mention of Geppa needing to beat her up. And she holds her hands. She's like, I'm just trying to explain that Professor Blackleaf and Dean Witherbloom have requested your presence, and this girl keeps... She also seems equally exasperated having to deal with Dahlia.
Is that a plural you or a singular you?
I'm not sure that I understand. She's talking
She
about
asked about your presence.
the five of you.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought.
What's
Plural you.
What's the situation? Like, why does she need our help?
Geppa's already knocking on people's doors. All right, come on, we got it. It's midnight adventure time. Let's go.
Huh? What?
I mean,
You said
Genevieve's
it's
like
mid-
leaning out her door and asking that question.
Okay. Yeah, and this girl, she introduces herself as Tala. She's a gopher for Dean Witherbloom. And all she knows is she was supposed to come to Prismari campus, come to this dorm, bring these 5 people, and she has a note in her hand with your names on it. That's all she knows. She's not looking to get beaten up or thrown out of the dorm. Why do you guys live in such tall dorms anyway? There's so many stairs.
It's really absurd. I hate it myself, but we have to live with it.
Why is
They want us nowhere to fly.
Leo looks at why is Dahlia agitated by this?
Because somebody
This is late.
interrupted her at midnight, and she was probably already agitated from some other unrelated thing.
Gotcha. It's just her natural state. Gotcha.
Right.
Yeah. Was expecting some like profound answer about how like Witherbloom killed her dog or something, and then now no, it's just Dahlia's state of
Not as far
being.
as you know.
She's wound up a bit tight.
Tragic Dahlia backstory incoming. Nope, Dahlia's just
Hashtag just Dahlia things. Do you agree to go with this girl?
Geppa's already halfway out the door.
Okay. And yeah, she looks very jittered by her encounter with Dahlia and a little wary of Geppa, who is threatened to beat her up.
I mean, listen, like 2 weeks into the semester, Geppa hit Leo with a stick really
Right.
hard.
Didn't you ask him to?
Right, but you know how
Irrelevant.
like the
I
telephone
mean, also,
game
before
is.
threatening to beat her up, I demonstrated my blood magic, so.
Like, there's probably like this telephone effect where like it spread around. That did you hear about that kid who went up to do his presentation and then like another student just ran up and hit him with a stick?
Tala leads you back to Witherbloom campus. A couple of awkward tram rides over there. Down to Professor Blackleaf's classroom? Question mark? When you arrive, there are 2 people already in the room. One of them is Professor Blackleaf herself. And she is engaged in an argument with a woman named Nadia Witherbloom, who is the dean of Witherbloom College. They're having a kind of hushed argument about something. They're known to be very good friends. The reason that Blackleaf gets away with all of her terrible nonsense is like the dean just stamps whatever she wants. When the 5 of you arrive, Blackleaf stands up, gestures to you, and says, "Well, you can ask them. This is my offer. If you don't like it, then we've reached the end of our discussion, Nadia." Have any of you, I think one of you tried to meet with Dean Witherbloom and got stonewalled
We
once.
We did.
Okay.
It was when we were griping about this very class.
Yeah. That's right. You tried to complain about how terrible this class is, and yeah, but the dean's my friend, so I can get away with it.
Yeah.
Dean Witherbloom turns to face you. It's your first year Prismari students, is that correct?
It is.
Yeah.
You come recommended by Professor Blackleaf for potential off-campus incident that I need looked into.
Oh, she likes us.
Who likes you, Professor Blackleaf?
Witherbloom. She likes us. Or the Blackleaf. Blackleaf likes us.
Genevieve's gonna lean over to Alister and whisper to him, why would we be recommended?
I'm going to like shush both of you.
She says that there's a farmstead off in the wilds to the north. In fact, let me get my... Ooh, this would be an excellent time to get the region map out.
What? A region map?
But I have to go to immigrant.com to get the region map.
How do you feel about immigrant.com these days?
You know, it's pretty useful. I wish I should bookmark like my page for Immigrant so I can avoid the front page, which is just
You
always
probably should.
always filled with political memes that I'm not interested in.
You probably should. That would.
I do that with
I've
YouTube.
been-
I just think it's just been a funny 10-year change.
You used to
Yeah.
hate Immigrant a long time ago. Once upon a time.
So Strixhaven is in kind of this area here, up in these hills. She's talking about a farmstead that would be up here, like in the plains, in the valley. There's been some sort of mycological disaster there. And the farmstead is owned by a family named Ebismere, who are old nobility, but not particularly wealthy nobility. They own their land, they've worked their land for many generations, but they're not major political players. They have, however, been major supporters of Strixhaven College, especially in its earliest days with the original Dean Witherbloom. And she's received word that there's been some sort of magical disaster at the farmstead involving rapidly growing mushrooms and other fungal growths. And they're afraid it's going to turn into a health crisis, choke out the farmstead. Dean Witherbloom thought, hey, my friend is an expert in these matters, and I'll simply ask her to go deal with it, but Blackleaf doesn't want to. Blackleaf has instead told her, I've got a couple of students who might be exactly the sort of thing, and if you want me to send them, I will do it. Otherwise, I'm not interested in this at all.
Does Blackleaf give off any adventuring vibes, or is she just an academic?
She's an old, scraggly lady. I mean, that could go either way. You could see her just living in a yurt in a swamp for the past 60 years, or you could see her dungeon delving. She clearly knows a lot about her field, and she sometimes gives off the aura of knowing more.
Yoda vibes. Gotcha.
Well, it'd be hard for her to communicate less, so...
Dean Witherbloom makes this pitch, like this is the problem she needs solved. A friend of the school, their house is under siege by some sort of magical disaster. They need someone to go investigate, and Blackleaf sees that as being beneath her.
I'm in.
So she decided to tap us, huh? Well, I would. Well, conversely, I wouldn't. I don't know if I would trust I would trust some people who haven't passed such an important course for these kinds of things to undertake such a mission.
Can we get credit for this? Towards our
That's our
coursework?
Leo is going to raise his hand, and yeah.
That's where I'm going.
Dean Witherbloom considers it for a moment. She says, if you successfully complete the investigation, make it back safely, and either solve their problem or give a report to us, I'm happy to consider this credit for your mycological exam.
Excellent. Let's go.
Blackleaf
Logic-based assessment.
hates this suggestion. But for once, the dean seems to be standing up to her. If you undertake this adventure and complete it successfully, you will be given exam credit for the course.
Hooray.
Beautiful. Completely fair. Equitable.
I was even in before that, but sure.
I mean, think of it this way: you don't have to go back in the crate.
Not so bad. That's where I sleep.
Why were you in the crate?
I mean, where were you? Like, that's just where I was.
Anyway,
How often does this conversation happen?
constantly.
Daily.
Like, why were you in a crate? Oh,
Geppa's like, from my perspective, you all were in a much bigger crate. From a certain point of view. So yeah, Blackleaf hates
Jedi
this
are
suggestion, but Dean Witherbloom is overriding her. She's clearly been put in a tough position. She asks if any of you need some sort of writ of exemption from academic detail classes or whatever in the next week or so. Have we? We did. Each hex is 20 hexagonal miles. We did determine how big a hex
We did. Is that key still on the map there?
Yeah, it's right here.
Yes.
20 hexagonal miles.
Yeah. So, let me dig out my player's handbook and figure out how far away that's going to be.
Figure about
I'll,
a day's travel out and a day's travel back.
How likely
Okay.
are the locals to burn me at the stake?
Unlikely, because
Okay.
there's not really locals. There's not like a village or a town or anything out there. It's tracts of farmland, and this one particular farmstead is your destination.
Gotcha.
And keep in mind that you're still very close vicinity to Strixhaven, so these people are kind of used to seeing weird magic stuff from time to time, and a lot of the people in the area were big supporters of the founding of Strixhaven. I like to think of Urvale as kind of being like a backwater province in the Republic, and Strixhaven has kind of put them on the map a little bit.
We've gentrified it.
Yeah, no, I'm down to. It'd probably be about a day. I'll probably have to apologize and get someone, ask someone to cover my shift at the Fire Jolt. But
Dean Witherum can take care of that. She can write a note, send it out. She's one of the foremost powerful people in the college.
tracks. I mean,
She
that's
gives
about
you
the only thing.
as a group
Do we have any
communally.
rehearsals coming up?
She gives you an ability to requisition spell scrolls that you think you might need on this investigation, up to 4 spell levels worth of scrolls. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay.
Mhm.
So make that selection and get yourselves into kind of adventure-y mode.
We get a rest between now and then?
Yeah, go ahead and take the benefits of a long rest.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you said that before.
Yeah.
I think this
Well,
might be...
we had to like it. I just need to know if I could change my spells since from what
Yeah.
I wrote down last time you said we could have long rest. I'm gonna take detect poison and disease.
Geppa, what level is like speak with plants or like something like that?
Let's look.
Do you want to scroll of Speak with Plants?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
I could cast that from a scroll, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a third level.
We can do a level 3.
So you do a level 3 and then have a scroll for either a level 1 or a cantrip.
I feel like druid stuff is what we need here.
Yeah, that seems to be kind of a hole in our
Well, ranger sort of touches that niche.
repertoire. Yeah.
When I made this character, I was tossing around the joke idea of just taking only spells about plants and animals, and now I'm kind of wishing I did.
For this very one specific instance.
Be a bard
I
druid.
was like, how can I make the most useless character? Let's take all the plant spells.
If you
Well-
want to, we had a whole campaign about how to do that.
Sanctuary for our 4th level of spell.
I think I can cast that. Actually.
Maybe
I
you
have
can.
aid.
Just throwing out the idea. Aid would be good too.
I have that one.
I could
Okay.
prepare it if you want me to.
It's a level 2 spell.
Oh,
So if we're taking a level 3, then
I don't
we
need to really have that prepared.
bless.
I don't see any 4th level that might be more useful than Speak with Plants. Well, aside from Blight, because that might have been on the Ranger list. I'm looking at the Druid list. Yeah, I can't cast that.
I can
I
prepare
guess I can. It's
Sanctuary.
Sorcerer. I could cast Blight, but I think that might be a little presumptive.
That might solve the problem in a different way.
I mean, just take Fireball in that case.
Yeah.
Fairy fire.
Fairy Fire is a good
Yeah, that
choice.
might be a good one.
Yeah, I can also cast that, so I can use that on a scroll.
But like
Speak
if we
with
want...
animals.
Oh yeah,
That's another good one. Yeah.
I can prep that one, but
we could just take 2 Flaming Sphere ones and then just
Just go
Uh,
on.
just go Ekon on the on the mushrooms.
It's my favorite spell
Walk
in
it.
Baldur's Gate is the Flaming Sphere. It's so dumb. I love it
It
so
is.
much.
What about? There's also locate animals or plants, which might be more useful than Speak with Plants. I don't know.
I feel like we're gonna get to where the mushrooms are pretty quickly, and being able to speak with them might be useful.
remind me what the rules are to cast a spell above my current spell level if it's on my list.
You
Is
have
it
to
like a
make
DC 10 plus the spell's level?
From a scroll, you
ability
mean?
check?
Yeah, it's a DC 10 plus the spell's level.
Okay. I can do third pretty consistently, especially without a bard die.
What happen? Is there a circumstance under which you would lose the scroll?
I think if I fail that check, yeah.
If you attempt to cast from a scroll and fail that check, the scroll will vanish and the spell won't be cast.
Yeah, we better bard die that. Or blips, I guess.
I mean, I'll use blips if that fails, but
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I think
Locate
it's a pretty good idea.
animals or plants is another good option, yeah.
Is that level 1?
2. But we could take that and locate object.
I thought we were going to speak. I thought we were going to
I
take a
think
speak with plants, right?
is the way to go.
Yeah, speak with plants, and what was the other one? Speak with animals?
yeah, speak with animals is level 1.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I can prep speak with animals, but I don't have it right now. You
And-
can cast it, Alister, from the scroll.
Oh, okay.
Last call to buy any other potions or adventuring gear you think you might need.
think-
How much in fake treasure do we have that we could take healing potions along with?
We have 1 healing potion, I do believe. I don't remember who has it.
I have a
Alister has it.
potion.
But
We have 25 gold. We have 50 gold of fake treasure.
So that's
that
the
would-
healing potion. We should probably
that-
just exchange
That's
that.
that's a healing potion, or is that 2 healing potions?
They
If we
cost
say
50,
Lulupi.
right?
Yeah, but we get a discount if we say Lulupuihu Luluwile.
Yeah,
no,
you
that
can-
is the discount. We have 25 gold, which means that we have 50 gold.
Okay.
we have 25 dungeon coin, which is worth
Yeah.
2 gold apiece.
You're pre-mathing, and I hate it. Stop pre-mathing.
Never work with non-integer currency.
Or Electrum.
So we're ready to go.
Yeah.
Who's
put
gonna
that
take? Who's gonna
potion
take
on
that?
on the
Who's gonna
sheet.
take that healing potion?
All right. I'm going to delete this dungeon coin then.
Léopold should take it?
Yeah, I can take it.
Yeah.
You are going
Put
to
it
have to
on my belt.
spend one night camping out in the wilderness is probably the wrong word. It's a relatively well developed. You're never going to be more than a few miles away from someone's farmstead. But there are no villages or any towns this far. There's
No, no.
a large town at West's Keep at the entrance to the valley. But the area you're going is mostly farmland. So the question is, are you going to sleep out, or are you going to try to take boarding at somebody's house, like pay to sleep in their barn or something?
I mean, I have this bedroll on my encumbrance sheet for a reason.
Yeah, I'm
I'm
just
gonna,
gonna.
yeah, I need to actually buy a bedroll myself.
Oh, I
so-
gotta buy one. Yeah, you're right.
I have a bedroll, yay.
Just sleep on the grass.
I can make us a tent if we really do one.
Are the 5 of you
It lasts an hour.
very obviously Strixhaven students on a mission? Like, are you guys wearing your patches, your colors, or whatever?
No.
Oh yeah.
I don't own any other clothing.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel like I also
Yeah.
don't own any other clothing.
I
Okay.
do. I'm a noble.
Hugo's wearing a basic the effect of a graphic tee of Prismari.
A little Prismari symbol, and then the name of that restaurant on it.
Bet wizards sell them.
Is your plan of attack to simply make for this farmstead and start there, or did you want to start somewhere else, at some of their neighboring lands, to try to get a sense of what's going on first? That's up to you.
I mean,
I
if there's
vote
somebody
we
on the
talk-
way.
With some neighbors first.
Yeah.
Talk to the neighbors first, okay? Which of you are nobles?
Alister is.
Is it Alister and Genevieve?
Genevieve is not in. Oh, her situation's complicated, and I haven't revealed yet. I would say no? Question mark.
Okay. Alister, where are you a
Her-
noble from?
Yeah.
Where the
If
hell
it's
would I say
complicated,
it
the
was?
answer is no.
Yeah. Her father is well known in very specific circles.
Not in these circles, though, probably.
Yeah, definitely not.
See, Alister, where are you? Where's your family located?
Yeah, I did not write that down. I want to say from the capital area.
Okay. So the main province of Gran Francisco here.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm only now seeing kind of how similar this is to Tamriel now that I'm playing all the Elder Scrolls games. That wasn't...
Tamriel, it was real generic.
I don't remember my mindset when I was putting this together, but I wonder if I was subconsciously channeling Tamriel.
I mean, there's cool stuff about it. It's just like it is a pretty generic, like at its core.
A desire to make more Tamriel.
See, there's grassland in the middle, and then there's desert land and forest land and mountain land and swamp land and river land.
I mean, you've hit all the essentials.
Yeah, there's just not. I just need a land made out of cake, and then we can have a Mario game.
Makes sense.
Someone needs to link me that map. I haven't seen that yet.
So, Alister, yeah, we have to make a decision where, if you haven't written it down, we can just decide now.
Yeah, and he's from like the Gran Francisco, the closer to Zephyr Isle.
Okay. Zephyr Isle is its own province, and it's currently the seat of government of the Republic.
Yeah, so the Artifix family is a noble house that specializes in artistry and artistic works.
Okay.
And so he came to school to get better at art stuff, to be a bard.
Are you being the main face of the party when you're going out and asking some of these farmer folk, hey, have you heard what's going on at Ebismere? Maybe you can tell us anything? Is that the approach you're taking?
Yeah, and he'll wear his fine noble clothing.
Okay. Alister.
Hopefully he won't get tomatoed.
Give me a popularity investigation check. You can apply requisite buffs from the rest of the group if they have any to give you. You can also make this advantage if one of them is helping you, but I want to know how they're helping.
Is anybody helping?
Genevieve could help by suiting up in her armor and looking like an official guard.
Would that help?
I mean, like, it gives you more credence that you're noble.
No, I'm asking Brick, like, would that help to make it look more official?
Yeah, we're just looking for some reason why you're making this check at advantage. Like if Genevieve is standing nearby acting like your bodyguard, that might intimidate somebody.
Yeah, well, listen, my name is Alister. I'm from the government, and I'm here to help.
Okay. So yeah, give me that popularity investigation check. Make this at advantage.
Do I have to use these D4s before I roll, or before I declare a roll, or
you can decide whenever you want to use them. You can make your D20 roll first and then decide. Oh yeah, because you've got your D4s from your investigation for your class.
Yeah, we're gonna use both of those.
All right, go ahead and knock those off. Those recharge on a long rest, I believe. Correct?
Yeah,
I think so. God, my rolls suck. That's a 15.
15? That's not suck.
That's pretty good. 15
DC is a difficult task. You're asking about the Ebismeres, and nobody is forthcoming to tell you exactly what's going on, but enough people have heard enough rumors about the Ebismere farmstead that you're certain something is going on. And lately, the Ebismeres have been kind of ghosting other... You can imagine these communities kind of come together for festivals and feast days and things, religious holidays. There's not a village to attend, but you can imagine several families coming together to celebrate together. There's a sense of community out there that the Ebismeres have just been checked out of for about the last year or so. You speak with one family, they'll, yeah, we sent the kids around a few weeks ago with, a basket of pies and things just to see if they were okay, and they were turned away at the gate. Everybody has lots of gossip and speculation about what's going on up there, but nobody knows for certain.
Is it a mind-controlling fungus?
You ask them?
Yeah.
That's the most exciting thing they've ever heard. To that, you would get an answer like, I certainly hope not, but delivered in a way that they're secretly like, that sounds really exciting.
I certainly hope it is.
Rick, did you develop this adventure before or after you played UFO 50? No comment is fine.
I'm trying to think what UFO 50 game has mind-controlling fungus.
I assume that would be one of your favorite games.
Minnie and Max?
No.
Oh, that has little
Night
fungus.
Manor.
Oh yeah, Night Manor had...
Oh, spoilers.
Oh shit!
Oh my
sorry.
god, Raz.
I barely.
It's really
started.
obvious from the
I told
outset.
you to play that
Yeah.
months ago, and you didn't. So that's your fault. Also, it's not that big of a spoiler. You're fine.
Yeah, no, that's incredibly obvious from the outset.
So yeah, you kind of leave the situation thinking that there must be something serious happening there. And these people are very appreciative that you've given them gossip that now they can start sharing at the farmyard fence kind of thing.
Happy to help.
But you don't intend to avail yourself on the hospitality of any of these people for an evening. You intend to just throw your bedrolls down on like the top of a nice quiet hill or something. Did I hear that correct?
Unless there's an inn we can stay at someplace, yeah.
No, he already said that. No.
Yeah, no, that's Geppa's plan.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right.
We should set a watch overnight.
Whoever
Start a fire. It's gonna get cold.
one
that.
of you give me a perception check at disadvantage unless the person you select has dark vision. So select one person from your
should do
party.
This. This sounds like a me thing to do.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a 6.
A 6. So you guys camp for the night on a hilltop that overlooks an area. Tomorrow your plan is to wake up early, go march down this hilltop into this valley, and then over the crest of the next hill you're thinking that's where the farmstead, the Ebismere farmstead, is supposed to be. So you're relatively close to your destination, but you didn't want to approach it in the middle of the night. While you're sitting up during your watch, Geppa, you notice at the base of the hill are a small group of some kind of small animal, rodents or squirrels or something of that nature, very small animals, which keys you into, you got what, an 8 you said?
6.
A 6. So you notice the motion at the base of the hill that you can see with your dark vision, but it just looks like small animals to you, milling about.
Okay. That seems fine. That's what animals do, I think. I don't know.
You don't know?
I love nature.
And then they suddenly vanish from sight. And you have no idea
Like
where they
magically
went.
suddenly, or just leave in the dark?
Impossible to say. It's too dark to see details, and you got a 6. So you just, one moment you can tell that there's animals down there, and the next moment they're just gone.
Well, in the future, maybe we'll talk to them.
All right. Everybody can go ahead and roll me some initiative. Everybody's going to be surprised, and it's Geppa's fault.
Thanks, Geppa.
Thanks, Geppa.
Hey.
Is it thematically appropriate that I rolled a 1 on that initiative?
Please excuse me while I
Possibly.
disable my armor because I'm not sleeping in my armor.
Yeah, me too.
I don't have
I'm
a-
on watch. Wait, was I on watch for that? Would I be wearing my armor at this point since I was on watch, apparently?
You can be in your armor if you want.
Yeah, I'll say I was on watch for that part since I did fail that check and was awake.
We'll just use these hexes here as a battle mat if we need to. I don't have a bespoke
good.
battle mat for this area. This is a lesson I learned prepping Flumph games over the years. Is I used to, in a situation where like I don't really know where the players are going to be for this encounter, I better prep multiple battle mats to cover all my bases. I stopped doing that.
Yeah, because we fell in love with the circular grove.
Ooh, I could use the circular grove here. I don't know where it is.
Yeah, exactly. We lost it.
I've literally given it back to you like 3 times.
It keeps vanishing.
there-
It's like Ellen keeps taking
It
it.
is better to have loved and lost.
There's our campfire. How about that?
Yeah, that's a great campfire right there.
Each hex is 5 feet.
Yeah. It's been a minute since we've been on a hex mat. Do I have to make special hexagonal markers for your characters?
Yes.
Very suddenly, 3 small animals burst up out of the ground. So at this moment in time, everybody's surprised and 4 of you are asleep.
I did not roll initiative.
Yeah.
I'm doing that right now. Okay. It
Which
wouldn't really
means
mattered anyways.
I'm going to have advantage to hit some of you, and it's going to count as an automatic critical hit. This is exciting.
What is who's initiative nerd? I did it last week.
That's a good question.
Who's starting on initiative, by the way?
Well, I rolled a 1, so it sounds like it's me.
20. Yeah. Oh, initiative nerd. Let's see here.
I rolled a 4.
8.
Give me 1 second here. Wait, where'd my camera go? There it is. Okay. All right, I'll do it.
I rolled a 19.
There we go.
All right, we got Genevieve at 23 with Alister on deck.
Well, she is unconscious and
Surprised.
surprised.
Got Alister at 17 with Léopold on deck.
He's unconscious and surprised.
Got Hugo, or we got Léopold with Hugo.
And he's unconscious and surprised.
Hugo with Green Indicator.
He's unconscious and surprised. The good news is,
Green Indicator.
when I damage you guys, as these 3 creatures burst up out of the ground, and now that they're in the firelight, they do look like rodents, but they're not moving like rodents. They can be like very large, something in between a large rat and a squirrel. But they're not moving like rodents. There's something very unnatural about them. And they do, in fact, just start tearing into you guys. I do get multi-attack. Bet. Let's start with... I should have given these guys pack tactics. That made them even better. I didn't, though. Let's start with Genevieve.
Well, yay.
I have an 18 to hit Genevieve.
Yeah. Well, she doesn't have her armor on right now.
Oh, okay. So this is a critical hit because you're unconscious. 6 points.
First night she sleeps without armor.
6 points of slashing damage as one of these things rakes you with its claw. That hit wakes you up. So now you're prone, but not unconscious. So its second hit, I'm making it advantage because you're prone. That's a 20 to hit.
Yeah, I'll hit.
For 3 points
Not
of
a
slashing damage.
Oh, I'm awake, Geppa. What?
Yeah, you're getting clawed to death by some weird...
Shrieks. She shrieks at whatever this is. I don't know.
Let's give Alister one. That was fun. I enjoyed that. Alister, I have a 10 to hit.
That does not hit.
So it's second attack, still at advantage, and you're still asleep. I have a 21 to hit.
Oh, that hits.
So it's an automatic critical. We're looking at 5 points of slashing damage from the second one.
Ouch.
Does getting hit wake you up, or just being attacked wake you
Taking damage wakes you up. Taking 1 point of damage would wake you up.
up? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, you could just be jostled awake, so if you get hit but don't take any damage, that would also wake you up. Let's give Hugo one of these. Hugo, looking at a 17 to hit.
Oh, it hit. Go ahead. You don't have to roll particularly high to hit Hugo.
8 points of slashing damage from the auto crit. That'll wake you up.
Okay.
And then one more attack at... Because you're prone, that's going to be a 16 to hit.
Yep.
For 2 points of slashing damage. And then Geppa's at the bottom of the order, but he was surprised.
Yep. So we got Genevieve with Alister.
As an action, Genevieve's going to activate her armor.
Okay.
So she's now armored.
Do you know the sound effect that Transformers make in the cartoon?
Oh man, it's been so long.
It looks
I
like you're
don't
moving
know.
out of threat ranges. If you were you right here?
Oh, I didn't even see this guy. I gotta go over.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't get to Léopold then.
You used your action. You can't jostle me
Well,
anyway.
I have a bonus action that I can send my homunculus to wake you up.
What's your homunculus? This is the first I'm hearing about this homunculus.
Oh yeah, so he's new. So he is literally Genevieve's helmet,
Yeah.
and it's a homunculus stat block, so it has a ranged attack. It can.
Is it
It
named
can, like, do-
Boswick?
It is named Boswick. It is named after a detective in a recent novel that Genevieve just read about a bunch of little folk living in a house.
Sounds like a stupid novel.
It was pretty dumb, but she liked the mystery. And the guy who wanted to fight a tiger was really amusing. She thought.
Okay. Too far. Too much.
But I don't know how to get over there.
Can't Boswick just fly?
I mean, it's 7 hit points, so okay. But
Boswick
you're
was
right.
leaving a
This
threat
is-
range if he does that.
Yes, you're right.
Hexes, you got a lot
See,
more
he has-
threat ranges. There's a lot
See,
more
he
adjacent
has 7
spaces.
hit points, so it's more important that I leave a threat range. So I will do that.
Okay, it's going to take its... You know, I should probably give these guys some hit points.
I only need like 1.
Yeah, you better Brickroad. If they don't have hit points, we can't kill them. So that's just cheating on your part.
Correct. That's going to be a not hit. That's going to be a 1.
1 doesn't hit. Okay, so I'm gonna come over here, and then Boswick's gonna go bonk.
Okay, so
And
break that down for me in terms of like your movement and your actions.
okay, so I moved 10,
Mhm.
and then I have Boswick just deliver a bonk.
So your turn
it's-
ends, and then Boswick takes
Yeah.
his turn, and he bonks.
Yes,
It's the same.
Boswick-
It's the
Boswick
same
always
rule
goes
as.
after mine. Yeah.
It's basically the same rules as Scrappy.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So Boswick is allowed to act before your turn, or he can act after your turn, but he can't act during your turn. That's how I always rule this. If you've got
Correct.
a familiar or homunculus.
Well, so in order to give him an action, I have to use a bonus action to direct him,
Hmm.
and so he has to go after me if that's the case.
Yeah, that sounds correct.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm going to direct him to wake up Léopold. And so I guess he hops on Léopold's head and kind of goes clank, 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 or whatever, in a really comically silly way.
Léopold, this is the most disturbing way you've ever been woken up in your life.
But it doesn't cause any damage. So.
I don't know. Geppa was one of his roommates.
So that's it for
That's it for Genevieve.
Jen. Who's next?
Oh, sorry. Next is Alister with Léopold on deck.
Alister, you are laying prone, but you're no longer surprised.
The hell, man?
I mean,
Alister
there's
stands up.
rats trying to claw you to death.
Jesus, they all need to make a DC 13 charisma save.
All 3 of
I
them?
want to bane them. Yeah, bane.
Charisma save? Oh my god, these are the
Charisma
best rolls
save.
I've ever had. 2 17s and a 13.
The hell? Okay, they're not bane.
Wow. The 13 passes?
It's DC 13.
All right.
We're only level 3, Brick.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm only level 3, man. Even
Try
if
to bane them
Not
and
bad.
just can't do it.
Wow.
Oh,
okay.
you know what I forgot? I'm so sorry. I forgot to ask is did you invite Kenny on this adventure with you?
I feel like we probably did, but
It's up to you.
Sounds like-
I completely forgot to ask.
So how does sharing XP work with someone who's way higher level than us?
You'll just split XP 6 ways instead of 5.
Oh, okay, so it's just fraction.
Yeah.
Do we want to split
do,
XP?
do we want Kenny on the adventure with us?
I wouldn't say no.
Yeah, I don't care one way or the other. She's
Oh,
your
yeah.
friend.
Sure, she's with us.
Okay.
I felt she was probably bored with it, but we wanted to get out.
If you have a stab block for her.
Yeah,
Yeah, we
I give me 2
We told her she
seconds.
can blow shit up.
Her stat block is pinned.
Oh, is it? I already have it set up?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Excellent. Okay, then here, I will just
because her infusion is on her cowboy hat.
drop her on the map here. She's still
Oh,
asleep.
man. Oh, okay.
Sleeping underneath her cowboy hat. That's right, yeah. Her infusion is an enhanced cowboy hat. She gains +1 AC as long as she's wearing her cool hat.
That's a good hat.
And go ahead and just roll initiative for... Actually, just drop her initiative under Geppa's. Let's stick her at the bottom for now, and she can roll next time. And she's overjoyed that you've invited her on this little adventure. She likes any excuse to get out. And it's like these prairie lands, like these are her peoples. She's in a rancher family by nature. And she thinks this adventure will be more fun than any party you could throw, Alister.
You know she's not wrong.
Is that it for Alister?
I will give Hugo a bonus action, or give Hugo an inspiration.
All right.
Got
Hugo,
Léopold with Hugo.
All right.
Hugo, just so you're aware, motes do extra stuff. If you use it for an attack roll, then whatever you hit has to make a con save or it takes thunder damage.
Going to.
That's cool. I like that.
Let's see. I'm going to move here.
Yep.
And if I 5-foot line just straight through here, like through here, can I get these two small creatures without getting either Geppa or Hugo?
Yeah.
Okay. I need a dexterity saving throw DC 13 from both of these things as I substitute. I can substitute when I take the attack action. I can substitute an attack with a breath weapon.
That's a dex save.
Yes,
I passed
DC 13.
twice. 19
You
and
still
20.
take half. Yeah, you still take half damage.
Okay.
Please enjoy half of 6 damage.
All right.
I don't suppose it really matters. I guess we'll say it's acid damage.
Well, I mean, they might be resistant to certain damage types.
I'll say fire.
Okay. So you burn them with fire. Burning things is pretty universally good when it comes to trying to damage them.
Right.
Right.
And bonus action, martial arts. That is a 14 to hit.
A 14 does not hit.
14 does not hit.
These
Okay.
are nimble little creatures.
And that was my action and bonus action, so I'm done.
All right. Who's next?
Got Hugo with the green token.
Ooh. Oh, sorry, I'm allergic to popcorn, apparently. That sneeze going on here. Yep, have my movement to stand up, grab my shield, pull out a mace. I believe donning a shield is an action, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. Yep, that's all I can do then.
All right. Who's next?
Actually, you know what? Strike that. Action surge. Now I can attack.
There you go.
Yeah, I'll attack this one. Scrat.
Sure.
This Scrat 2, apparently.
Mushroom Boogaloo.
Sorry. Still getting used to this character sheet. 19 to hit.
19 does hit.
Pleased to be enjoying D6 plus 4. Uh, 5 points of bludgeoning damage.
And it is bloodied.
Okay. That's gonna end my turn.
All right.
Green
who's next?
indicator with Geppa.
All right. I get to attack you guys again. None of the 4 of you are asleep. Only Kenny's asleep. Let's give one to... Nobody's prone anymore. Everybody stood up?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. Let's go ahead and give one to Genevieve. Genevieve, I have a 16 to hit and a 13 to hit.
No on both.
No on both.
She is armored now.
Alister,
Yeah, I forgot to move.
I have a 14 to hit and a 17 to hit.
The 17, it's
It's going to be for 4 points of slashing damage as this thing rakes its claws against you.
Jesus.
And then let's give some to Hugo. I got a 13 and an 18 to hit Hugo.
Yes, on both.
Yes, on both. So 3 points of slashing damage from the first attack.
Sure.
5 points of slashing damage from the second attack.
Hugo's bloodied.
These creatures do seem to just be mindlessly attacking you. trying to get at your precious blood stuffs, all your gooey insides. Who's next?
Not my blood stuffs.
Geppa's
Next up is Geppa with Kenny. So let's go ahead and cast Shillelagh, and I'm going to attack this one.
Yep.
This is a booming blade. It hits an armor class of 19.
That does hit.
Or 9 magical bludgeoning.
And that's enough. That one is squashed.
I can move to here, and that's my turn. Next up, we've got Kenny with Genevieve.
So she's asleep, and if nobody wakes her up, won't give her any experience for this combat.
Okay.
Okay. I mean, I guess if she's not being woken up with noise.
She just slept through it. Jen?
Is this what these are called? Scrats?
Somebody called them scrats, yes.
Okay.
But escaping.
He said they were squirrel or rat-like creatures.
Okay. I'm gonna shoot this one with my laser eyes. Do I have... What does the effect of this one do to me? If I'm making a ranged attack with something next to me.
Oh, so you're in ranged. Gotcha.
Yeah, I'm in ranged mode. I just
what
pick
is
one
it? You're at disadvantage if you try to attack with a ranged weapon at point blank?
No, I'm attacking something that is far away from me, but there is a creature in melee with me. Can I still make a ranged attack normally?
Our house rule is what Brickroad just said. There's only a penalty if you're shooting something that's on top of you, not if you're shooting...
Yeah, I generally don't do anything more complicated than does it have cover, and in this case it wouldn't.
Okay, I'm gonna shoot the one that's further away from me.
Yeah, you're on an open hilltop, so that's fine.
I have a 12 to hit.
12 does not hit. Laser eye, the first laser eye of the campaign goes wide.
Yeah, it's really flashy though. And then bonus action, I will direct Boswick to bonk. Oh, I don't actually know what his attack bonus is. I don't think that'll hit though.
These things have pretty good AC.
Oh, did I? What? Did I not write this down? I'm gonna say that's a miss. I gotta look this up.
Okay, who's next?
Next up, we've got Alister with Léopold on deck.
Alister, you have a solution for this rat problem?
Maybe? Gonna friggin' stab it.
Yeah, I would.
Seems reasonable.
It was almost a 20. I'm guessing a 9 doesn't hit.
9 does not hit. Good guess.
I guess my dice rolls have come back.
There we go. Okay.
I want to trust you guys to kill it before it can kill me.
You're going to stay there?
Yeah, against all better judgment.
All right, who's next?
We've got Leo with Hugo.
I guess start punching. Going to punch that one with fire damage. Does a 15 hit?
15 does hit.
Wait, no, math. That's not a. That's a 13. Never mind.
13 does not hit.
Yep. 20. Dirty 20 to hit.
20 will hit.
Okay, please take 6 points of fire damage.
And it is bloodied. Now, when I say bloody, but the things don't actually bleed like you would expect a rodent of this size to bleed. Their wounds don't seem to seep with anything.
Oh, good. I was hoping you would not say it is oozied.
No, that's a different monk in a different campaign. That's the end of my turn.
All right, who's next?
Next up, we've got Hugo with Green Indicator.
Let's go ahead and take a swing at this guy now.
Sure.
Remember, if you use the bard dice, it does extra damage.
Probably going to need to with a what? Plus 6 to hit. It's only a 15 to hit.
15 does hit.
Oh yeah.
You can still use the bard dice.
Yeah, it's fine.
I'm gonna waste my bard dice. Okay.
He's just trying to feel useful.
I, if I'm not, if this is where we get into that question of what wiggle dice can be used before you know the result versus after the result, or neither.
I always let you
and
look at the
it
result first. I try not to police that too much, mainly because I don't want to keep track of which ones are used where.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Hey, Brickroad,
The
does a
rule for those
16
was
hit?
awful.
Does a 16 hit? Yes, it does.
Yeah. Okay. Hey, guess what? I'm getting thunder damage on top of this as well.
Mm.
Let's see. That is 6 points of damage plus how much thunder damage, Chris?
It's whatever you rolled on the bar die.
Oh, 1 thunder damage.
And that's enough. I mean, that one kind of, because you did it with thunder damage, so it kind of like all of its like bladders burst open and things. It's really gross. But no, it doesn't bleed as such. And you're going
We
to
can get around to
reposition
this one.
yourself.
Yeah.
Who wants to finish this off? Well, actually, this one hasn't been damaged yet. It might have 2 hits in it.
Yeah.
I think it's its turn.
It's its turn, so it's going to get a couple more bites in.
Okay. It's going to disengage. And it doesn't leave, it doesn't like scurry down the hill. Instead, it burrows into the ground, down into the soil, in such a way that it leaves no trace of itself.
Can I see it from here, or is it just underground?
You can't. It's underground. It burrowed away.
Oh, boo.
The best you could do is stomp the place on the earth where it went in a fit of spite.
Ooh, I don't like that.
Don't like that either.
Why don't we take a break here? Y'all go ahead and get your coffee, get your bagel. We will reconvene in about 15 minutes and see if you can solve the mystery of these bizarre nighttime rats.
So in the north they have rabbits, in the south they have rats.
Weird rats that don't act like rats.
Told you, Treble.
I was so hungry. My stomach has been growling for the last hour
Oh
and
no.
a half.
Oh, I'm glad you got to eat something.
Yeah. I ate breakfast at like 6 a.m. this morning
Mm.
and haven't eaten since. So
I usually don't eat before D&D just because I wake up so late relative to when it starts. But today I had leftover basil fried rice and it was divine.
That's good.
And now I'm just like, I want to go to this place and get their basil fried rice every week for D&D.
I was to say I hate that ordinary sausage has made me picture something entirely different from reality.
For what?
Apparent.
Fried rice or literally anything?
I'm just picturing like him somehow trying to fry in like actual just a pot full of basil. Like
Well, apparently,
Yeah, okay. Basil sausage.
Yeah.
Or something.
apparently the curry place has a option called spice medium plus.
What? That seems like the range that I feel is pretty well solved and sorted.
No, like their medium is really inconsistent anyway.
So they needed to make it further inconsistent?
Well, hopefully this means that the medium becomes more consistent because the spicier end of the medium is now medium plus.
Why not just settle on numbers? I don't know.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
actually
our,
kind of prefer the places that use a 1 to 5.
Yeah, our Korean barbecue place is a 1 to 10 spiciness.
1 to
Thing.
10 seems like too much. Everyone's just going to order a 7.
I went to the Thai place that we tried out yesterday, and the guy asked me how spicy do you want it on a scale of 1 to 5, and I was like 5, please. He's like, "Are you sure?" And I'm like, "Yes, I realize I'm a white guy, but I want 5."
Yeah, put this way, but that was really good.
And it was fantastic.
Now I'm just snacking on one of those 90-second microwave rice packs. A simple rice pilaf for me, thanks.
I actually considered doing that. I have like a mushroom risotto that you put on the stovetop and you can make it in 5 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's already made, you just thaw it, basically.
Yeah.
Still kind of hungry.
Let it settle for a few minutes, and if not, go grab something else.
Yeah.
I have successfully
wait.
sandwiched.
You gotta wait 20 minutes after starting eating to determine if you're full or not. Or at least not hungry. A friend of mine has a particular trigger that, like, most people just don't feel full or hungry anymore. They feel full. He feels full and also starts sneezing uncontrollably. And, like, you could time 20 minutes after we start eating to when he sneezes.
I take several medicines that suppress my appetite, so I don't get hungry. So when I get hungry, that usually means that I am on the verge of
Ravenous, then yeah.
like no, I'm on the verge of like total body collapse.
Like like anemic and stuff. Yeah, no, I get that. I've been there
I just
before.
say
I don't
my-
recommend it.
I just say my wife brought me that curry unprompted. She's very good.
Well, your wife's awesome, so
Yeah.
Unprompted curry might be the best curry.
Unprompted Curry is my new cover band name.
I have never had curry of any kind.
Jesus, it's my favorite food.
Yeah, never had
it's
it.
so good.
Indian curry specifically. They also really like Japanese. Thai is whatever.
There is nobody around here that sells curry. The first time I was like, Destil described curry, and I was like, that sounds good. I've heard of curry. I've never had it. I'm going to go and look for curry. And I looked 30 minutes out in all directions and found nothing. So there's nothing. And then I went out, and so basically within 100 miles of where I live, there's nowhere that sells curry. I'd have to go to Dallas or something.
Jesus.
I don't know. I feel like I live a fulfilling life without having to eat curry.
I don't know. I just wanted to try curry.
I never want to try anything when it comes to food. Like, I already know the 4 things that I like, and I just want to eat those 4 things forever.
You're just ignoring the shit out of Shakira from Zootopia, my dude. What the fuck?
My what?
Brickroad?
I don't understand the reference.
Shakira from Zootopia.
I've seen it, but it's been years.
The name of the song? Try everything? Come on, Brickroad.
You want to try everything?
I mean, I definitely respect that, because like when I'm going into a restaurant for the first time, I will try literally anything, and then when I find usually it's the first thing I try, that's just what I get forever, because I've already vetted it, and I'm like, yeah, that's real good. I want that.
It's
Yeah.
fun in the restaurant, but you do that a lot.
You know what happens to people who try everything? They get poisoned and die. Or they eat broken glass. Or rusty nails.
No, don't try that.
Well, you got to
Don't
try
those.
everything.
No, you don't. You can draw a circle around everything.
Yeah,
You
but
don't
going
have
to
to-
a restaurant and trying a dish is very different from trying to eat broken glass.
Right, but why don't I just
No,
order a dish that I
Brickroad-
know that I'm going to like?
Brickroad wants to order the literal dish. Like, yeah, I'd
Me-
like to eat the plate.
Like, why don't
Maybe you'll like that too.
Maybe I won't.
How
Then
do
I
you
will
know?
have wasted my time and money.
Yeah, there's the anxiety.
Yeah.
I get the anxiety on like
that,
wasting
for sure.
time and like
Yeah.
It's like, oh, I spent $25 to eat out at this restaurant, and
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not. I don't agree to that. But
I ordered
Yeah,
a
you.
burger and chicken wings at the place that we went to yesterday, and they were great because I know that I like burgers and I like chicken wings.
now that said, it depends on what kind of restaurant I'm going to. Like if
L-
I go
let me
into...
explain this, because this is something that's different between me and especially my wife. Like, she can order something at a restaurant and not like it, but like still eat it if it's not what she like thought. I can't. If I have a food in my mouth that I don't enjoy the flavor of, I get nauseous very quickly.
fair.
So
That's fair. I'm not.
I get texture shock by certain foods. Like, I bite into something and it's not what I'm expecting, and my appetite just shuts right off. Like, I get it.
You might remember at HEDQ, our like main eating options like were 3 places, and all 3 were like outside of my usual comfort zone. It was a very anxious week for me. One of them was Wawa.
Yeah,
we ate a lot of Wawa.
We had like a conversation about that, and I was like, just try whatever, and if you don't like it, eh. And then like you did or something, and I was surprised that you listened.
I tried something at the what was it? It was like a Hawaiian
taco
burger
truck
joint
or
or
whatever.
something. I ended up liking the one thing it was like a little burger, like weird hipster burger joint we went to. I liked one thing, and then I just ate like 4 of those. Because there was a couple people that week that's like, you just always order the same thing. I'm like, yeah.
What,
Yeah, why
it was some Central American burger.
Yeah,
fast
what was
burger
it?
chain?
Panamanian?
Yeah, it was
or-
really good.
Yeah, I don't know. It
I
was
don't remember
that
what it was.
that place we went to a bunch, and then I went to the ramen place called Super
ramen place was
Saiyan,
good, yeah.
which like that is the best name for a ramen place ever.
Yeah.
And it was
Ramen place was
fantastic. I
good.
think I went there once a day, and then after I left the house when you all went to bed, and I got back to the hotel, Waffle House was still open at 2:30 a.m. So I went to that.
Nice.
That was my food. That was,
I remember
that was
walking
the place
from
I
the
went.
venue to we had like walked past a Burger King or something, and I'm like, man, nobody wants to go to that Burger King with me. I'm the only person who would eat there.
I'd have gone to Burger King with you, but asked.
I don't even know the last time I ate at a Burger King.
They're fine. They're not my. I'd probably prefer a Wendy's if we're gonna start looking for a fast food burger. But whatever, they're all the same.
Do everybody back? Has everybody sandwiched and coffeeed and?
I'm staking.
I'm
Wait,
tweaking my.
Wait, am I remembering right that the first time you had chips and salsa was at my wedding?
Might have been.
Is this me remembering
'Cause
correctly?
I wasn't.
Yeah,
I wasn't big on salsa until.
Well, you had good one. Yeah.
Yeah, until now he eats salsa all the time. So I guess I have you to
Yeah, if
thank.
you get a good salsa.
Okay, so at
that
some
could be
point I'm gonna get you to
life-changing.
try curry.
I make homemade.
I don't know how much longer you're planning to still be my friend, but
I make homemade pico de gallo sometimes.
yeah, that stuff's great.
So
Oh, that's good too.
I am tweaking my my YAML files a little bit
Oh.
for my next to my Archie.
all right, I don't think we're waiting on anybody else. I'm gonna push the button and raise his blindfold. So you have 2 dead critters that are not bleeding the way that you think that they would, especially considering that like one of them got shillelagh smashed, and the third one vanished down into the ground, disengaged and burrowed downward, leaving no trace of its path except the patch of excuse me, broken grass that hasn't had time to regrow yet.
Does anyone have a shovel?
You want to go after it?
I mean, I think it's prudent.
I mean,
It could have gone any distance.
It could have gone any direction.
It's,
yeah,
it's
by
probably
now.
not just right below us. I mean, those things move fast. It looked like. Can I nature this or apply some sort of knowledge roll?
Give me a nature check at advantage. But what are you looking into at the scene?
The corpse of the creature.
Yeah, give me a nature check at advantage.
Okay.
I'm still going for mind controlling.
13.
13. So you hunker down by one of these corpses. You're expecting, I mean, we've all seen squashed animals before, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But there's something very, very bizarre about it. It has fur. It has claws. It's somewhere between a rat and a squirrel, but you also have access to its internals because, as stated, it's been squashed. Its muscle tissue is very strange and spongy and porous. And there's no organs tissue that you can see. There's no sense of... there's definitely no blood. And you realize that the creature somehow is a fungus. It is a mushroom that has taken the form of a small, violent rodent.
She examines it and tells the party, I think it's a mushroom. But how? Like, there's nothing rat-like to this at all.
Oh, it has fur. It has a tail. It has...
No, but I mean, like, well, it has the shape of a mushroom, but, like, its internals don't match at all.
is like the fur like little like mushroom cilia?
Yeah, when you get down and examine it, it doesn't have the feel or consistency of what you would expect. Like a rat would have very coarse fur. This isn't.
Now,
It passes visual inspection, but any closer inspection, the facade drops.
does it
Also-
have hypha? Like, you probably roots. Does it have roots on its feet? Like it doesn't have like lungs or a heart or something. Clearly,
It doesn't have any organs that you can see.
yeah.
Alister is gonna take his sack and put the other corpse into the sack.
Okay, so you load up one of these dead mushroom rats.
Yeah, Blackleaf will want to see it.
Yeah, tie that off. Like, make sure that nothing can get into that or out of it.
Make sure the spores don't come out of it.
Yeah. In fact, here, and Genevieve hands you a second bag so you can double bag it.
Double bag the rat.
Yeah.
Everybody take the benefits of a short rest as you complete your sleep for the night.
I gotta roll hit dice.
You get an extra D6 to your hit die if you use them.
I'm definitely going to.
I don't need this first year ruins map anymore.
Oh, I don't need to. Okay. Ah, yes, I've used Q hit dice. That's the wrong key. I'll just keep it. 4.
6.
The rest of the night passes uneventfully.
Using 2 hit dice.
From now on, we're asking people if we can stay in their house.
May not always be an option. Gonna have to deal with it as it comes.
I mean, you could have predicted that, right? I mean, I wouldn't let this color our outside excursions. The last one we got attacked by a scorpion.
Coming over the crest the next morning in the direction of the farmstead, you kind of have your pick of destination as you come down the side of the hill, down into the valley where it's a farmstead surrounded by fields, predominantly hops. This is a brewing supply family. From the top of the hill, you can look down and see several large structures that form the farmstead. There's no outside fence or wall or anything, but there are a couple of beaten dirt paths that lead into the farmstead proper. It looks like there would be a large family house at the northern edge of the property in between 2 of the fields. Down at the southern edge, which is the direction of your approach, would be a much smaller living structure, possibly for farmhands, servants, or transient workers. And then off to the side of that, into the south and east, is a large stable. And then in the center tracks, kind of in between these structures, you see like a small resting area, like a small structure of a gazebo. There's a well, a large cart sitting there. And then off to the edge of the property, at the western edge, is a large plot of undeveloped, just grazeland, it looks like, upon which is a hill with a large shade tree growing. So you kind of have your pick of how you would like to approach this place from.
Shade tree looks suspicious.
Shade tree looks suspicious, you say?
Yes.
So you could kind of
Why did you mention last?
come down the hill and circle around from the east?
I mean, I think that the hill is probably a good vantage point to like scope out everything.
Okay. You're currently looking down from the hilltop you're on. So you're looking at from the south. If you were just to straight beeline in, you would come up a path in between 2 fields, in between like the small servant house and the stables.
How big is this property? Like,
There are, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Looks like there are maybe 10 large field plots where they're growing hops. And then it looks like they have a smaller plot near to the family house, which they probably use for personal use, for vegetables and wheat or stuff like that. As for how large, fairly sizable. I don't know what it is in in acreage, and I'm not going to count the squares for you, but
no. But if like you were to walk across it from one edge to the other,
here,
it'd probably take you 20 to 30 minutes.
There you go.
Well, you've blacked out the entire map,
Yeah.
so it must be pretty big.
You can ballpark it from here.
Okay. Well, let's see. 5, 10.
Right there.
So Hugo just does a flying leap off the hill and lands right there.
Yeah.
I were.
So Alister suggested to circle around from the east and come in from the hill with this shade tree, and then Genevieve said that would be a good place to get a vantage point. Is that what I heard?
Yeah.
Okay.
My thinking is there may be some sort of like cavern or opening under the shade tree where some of these mushrooms are hiding.
Okay. Then let me give you guys the hillside and the shade tree first. And then it's kind of surrounded by this graze land here. Something like this. I guess we got some hay bales and stuff down to the south. Down here we've got... Here's the maker of our map, is Silver Compass Maps made this for me. Not for me.
Thank you,
but
Silver. Thank you, Silver Compass Maps.
this structure
Fungus first.
here is the stable.
Looks like we got to debigulate.
And there's another plot of farmland around the stable. Down in the center here, got what looks like a gazebo in like the center of the property. You can probably see some of this here. There's this other house on the side.
So I am going to form a psychic link with Jen,
Sure.
and I'll say out loud, you guys stay here. I'm going to sneak over and see. I can probably get pretty close to that and get a better look without anybody seeing me.
Okay.
I would like to use whatever I can find for cover to make a stealth check to approach and see if I can get any more detail.
Do you want to be invisible?
Is that an option?
Yeah. Alister will touch the spiky dude and watch him vanish from sight.
Okay. So let me go ahead
And goes, damn.
finish.
I changed modes on my armor. Didn't know I'd have to be sneaky.
If you attack anything, it'll come off, so be careful.
What about spells?
Yeah, the spell ends if you attack or cast a spell.
Well, go ahead and
Okay.
place yourselves up by this shade tree to start with. That's where you were coming in.
This one?
It just took me a minute to erase the sections of the map that you can see from underneath the tree here.
And can I make a stealth check to approach it without being seen? Or I guess
So-
without being heard?
Alistair's going to make you invisible, and where are you going to stealth to? Like, where are you going to...
Just in the center where I can like get a look around some of this cover.
Okay. So down towards this little gazebo?
Yeah. Like I just kind of want to see in through here and here once I have... Oh, are those buildings that we can't see inside?
Correct. So there's a large building up in the north, there's a stable here, there's a smaller house to the side.
Yeah, I'll form a psychic link with Genevieve and I'll sneak over to the stable and try and get a look inside.
Okay. Seeking down the hill. The entrance of the stable would be around the side over here, but when you get to the bottom of the hill, as you're sneaking down to the wall of the stable, looking over your shoulder into the gazebo, is a horrifying sight. There is a desiccated human corpse, a man, suspended from the ceiling of the gazebo by what looks like 1,000 putrid tendrils growing up alongside and up into the rafters in the roof area, holding him there underneath his arms and around his chest and around his head, and tendrils going into his mouth and coming out the corner of his eye sockets, and
Tendrils of what kind of material?
some kind of fungal growth.
Okay.
The man looks absolutely desiccated, almost mummified.
I will relay that to Jen.
And you just hear her go, ew.
I'm gonna take a look inside this farmhouse.
Give me
Farm,
that
I
stealth
believe it
roll,
is.
please.
Advantage for invisible.
She starts telling the rest of
That's
the
a
people.
19 on stealth.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and erase some of this stuff down here for you, as you can see into some of the surrounding farmland.
Jen will share that information. Do you want me to tell him anything? She asks you.
Tell him to be careful.
She'll cast message and tell you.
It's
That.
a two-way psychic link.
Oh, okay.
Also, I think you need
careful.
to see me to cast message.
I have to know generally where you are if you're
Okay.
behind a barrier. I've learned.
There's
Yeah,
a
so I'm gonna.
second horrific sight as you come around the corner. So the main entrance to the stable would be here, and you see where the stable doors have been closed and barricaded, possibly from the inside. You can see where it's been shorn up
Okay.
with pieces of debris and things. Looks like they've been nailed into place from the inside. In front of you is a second human corpse. This one, another man, but it's impossible to tell the age. This one's on its knees in front of the door here, with its hands and chest and the side of its face pressed against the door, and this fungal growth has come up over its body, and it's almost glued it there.
Does the stable have any like windows or anything, or is it fully enclosed aside from with the door closed?
It looks like naturally it does,
Mm-hmm.
but they've been boarded up from the inside.
I'll relay that to Jen. I think that they took shelter in the stable. Looks like it's been sealed up.
He says he thinks that there might be people inside the stable.
And I haven't seen anything. I haven't seen anything moving. Right? These are just corpses.
The 2 men you've seen so far have been corpses. In fact, I'll go ahead and
Yeah.
if you want, we'll put one there.
Tell him not to get close
There's
to
one
the
there.
corpses, or they might come to life.
I'm gonna check out this building.
Speaking over here, this looks like a house. It's a small building. It looks like seasonal or transient workers
Okay.
would stay here. And then to your north,
there
you've got the
anything-
large family house.
I'll poke my head in through like a window or something if there's any options. Otherwise, I can
Is there a window on
maybe
this
over here.
side? Yeah, you got windows on, like, this structure here is a window.
Okay. Yeah, I'm
And-
gonna. If I can pry the window open from the outside, I'll take a look in that way.
No need to pry it open because it's been smashed.
Okay.
And looking in, it is just utter disarray. In fact, let's go ahead and... You don't see anything moving inside, but you can see this room. Like, furniture has been overturned, chairs have been broken. I did not notice until now how this incredibly large and opulent rug covers the floor here. Absolutely trashed inside.
Leo's gonna.
And let's check out the farmhouse as well then. See if it's in similar state.
You got windows on both sides of this face of the farmhouse. Which one would you like?
Oh, this one's fine.
So this is looking into what at one point would have been a very nice dining room. But it's not nice any longer. And it's the same situation. The place looks absolutely trashed. It looks exactly like people broke in, like there was a huge scuffle of some kind. Or it looks like people broke in and just deliberately smashed up the joint.
That mind link only lasts a minute, so I'll come back.
Okay.
I will tap my staff on the ground to let people know that I'm here. Okay. Might be some people living in the farmhouse. Nothing attacked me while I was invisible. That doesn't mean nothing. Like, you know, if a visible person goes out there, maybe they'd attack it. I don't know if you want to check out. I don't know. Should we? I think we should assume that the people inside that barn are as safe as they're going to be for the immediate future, and we should investigate the rest of the property carefully, because, like, if there's something here that attacks us, it hasn't gotten them in there yet, or it has, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, Geppa, it's
Agreed.
probably safe to assume that if they're in there, they might already be in the same state as the other fellow you found outside.
Or
Ew.
just passed away from
You think?
Starvation,
Do you think you can drive a
dehydration.
hammer with that much mold in your skin? Ew.
Yeah, I would say let's try not to get close to the hanging things because they might be able to sense us. I mean, Genevieve, you were talking about weird communication networks in Fungus, so probably safe to assume they can sense us if we get close enough.
I think, what, if we set off one fungus, we set them all off?
Possibly.
She actually turns to look at this tree and says, I wonder if this tree would be part of that network.
Well, why don't we investigate the tree?
What are you doing to the tree?
Alister is gonna start looking around the tree for mushrooms, for signs of fungus, for secret passages or hidden trapdoors. Might go to a basement full of mind-altering parasites.
Well, we did bring that speak with plant scroll. Maybe if this... I don't know what type of tree this is.
Is the tree still alive? Is the question.
It is. It's a nice shady tree.
Are there any signs of fungal infections?
Doesn't have any fungal growth on
That's
it.
going to need...
Is it?
I'm going to need a nature check from somebody if you want to try to examine it for fungal growth.
Sure.
I've got a.
I got a +3.
I have 5. Well, +5, sorry, I should say.
You know what? Take a bardic inspiration.
Alright, let's see here. 21
And 21.
is my result.
You take out a knife, scratch some of the bark away to see whether the wood underneath is healthy, and you do indeed find evidence of fungal growth inside of the tree.
It's definitely infected, and now that I've cut into it, I don't know how willing it would be to help us. I don't know how plants feel about those sorts of things, or if they feel at all.
I mean, we have the capability of asking.
But once.
Yeah.
I mean, I was thinking, and we could. Does speak with do I know if speak with plants affects my ability? Can I talk to a fungus when I have speak with plants up?
Yep, fungus are plants for purposes of that spell.
Okay. I mean, the spell hits everything within a 30-foot radius of where I cast it.
You just hear screaming.
I mean,
Oh,
in
God.
theory, you could ask it on the fungal corpse, then maybe, if it doesn't come to life and try to eat us.
So here,
I think we should ask the tree because it.
Well, if I cast it here, I can also talk to the grass and the fungus.
Yeah.
So I'm okay with that.
Are there
I don't
other
see any.
trees that we might want to cast it around?
There's smaller trees here and there around the property, but this is the largest one by far.
Is there plants in the field right now?
By which you mean, is there like harvestable crops?
Or
fallow.
communicable crops, actually, but
It looks like there should be, but
Yeah.
something has devastated them. Nothing.
I guess they're all dead.
In fact, you're probably close enough to see that they're closest this triangular plot here, where they're growing vegetables and things for their own use. You get the sour, sweetly smell of fungal rot from that direction.
Yeah, then I would say I should stand here and cast the spell, and then I can talk to the grass and the fungus and the trees.
Okay. You don't have to target a specific plant with this?
It's every plant within a 30-foot radius.
You imbue plants within 30 feet of you with limited sentience and animation. Okay.
Do you guys want to give me a bard die for this?
Yeah, that's my last
Yeah,
one.
you definitely need up dice for that. I have a
6?
question.
D6, yeah.
Do you want to ask the question before I cast the spell?
I'm ready for a question.
Yeah, it might be relevant. Okay, so from her dissection into the tree, did
Yeah.
it look like the rot was really deep or very recent?
It looks
If
like
I
it's
could tell
currently
that.
infected with this fungal growth.
Okay, so I get no semblance of like time. Because we heard that like this family has been like they've just basically been MIA for a year. I
Mhm.
want to say was what the rumors we got were. Like, I don't know. I'm hoping we can get more information on the scope of like when did this happen.
I'll tell you this, that might be the kind of determination that somebody who just took a mushroom class for a whole semester should be able to answer if they had had a teacher who was worth a damn.
Oh man, I don't. Who is that student? Can we find them?
All right, so this is looking for a 14 or a 13. I've got a +5 con,
Yeah, that's good.
so that's a 17.
Okay, so you
So I
successfully,
successfully cast the spell.
and the scroll is used up, and you've got how much time?
10 minutes.
10 minutes.
Hello. I'll say to the tree.
The tree gently bends some of its boughs in order to properly consolidate the shade over your group. And it says, how does it speak to you, I guess is the question.
And it just says the ability to communicate.
Yeah, it kind of leaves
Oh,
it
no,
vague.
as if it had a common shared language. Oh, that's for creatures. Yeah, no, it just has the ability to communicate.
If a plant creature is in the area, you can communicate with it as if you shared a common language, but you gain no magical ability. That's a plant creature. This is just a tree.
Yeah. This
So-
is the very beginning. You communicate as if, yeah.
How does a tree communicate with you then? Imagine it like forms words by bending its leaves around and letting the wind do the work. You just kind of hear this vague, ghostly whisper that forms coherent words around you. It tells you that the The property lords quite enjoy the shade it provides.
I'm glad you provide such a useful service. Can I inquire about the origin of that fungus?
I am fighting, and I will win.
How long has that been there?
It gives an answer of not long at all, but you're talking to a tree. This tree's probably been here for a century, perhaps.
Ask it how many. Try to phrase it in the like seasons, like the changing of the weather.
In terms of seasons,
Or even days.
Drops of how many times has it dropped leaves since you started fighting?
I have not seen snow since the infection began.
What
Within the year.
season is it currently?
I don't know. Whatever season it needs to be for it to not be snowing.
So within the year at least.
Yeah. How many sun-ups and sundowns?
The tree would have no need to count that sort of thing. Some number of them.
Why don't you ask it what it's seen from its vantage point? Surely it's seen changes in the farm below.
Have you seen other things fighting the fungus?
The property lords fought the infection, but the infection came from elsewhere, and they fought incorrectly.
Does he know where it came from or how it got on the farm?
Where was the elsewhere?
In terms of answering that question, the tree really only has a frame of reference of here and elsewhere.
Okay.
Yeah. What is the correct way to fight the infection?
It says that the property lords attempted to fight with blade and fire, but the proper way to fight such an infection is the strength of age. In other words, be a tree.
Did it see what brought the infection? How did the infection arrive?
The infection came from elsewhere, is the extent of what it can tell you.
Thank you for the information. Hey, Fungus, how are you doing?
So when you say fungus, who are you talking to?
The infection, this tree is infected with that's.
Oh, okay.
That's
The
plant,
fungus
right?
inside the tree.
Yeah.
Yeah, that fungus is having a bad day because the infection is currently being fought off by the tree.
Where'd you come from?
That's an excellent question. How would I know the answer, but how would the fungus phrase it? I should have foreseen this line of inquiry. We've all seen Honor Among Thieves. We know how this is supposed to go.
Well, we get more than 5 questions.
Yeah.
I get 10 minutes.
The fungus in this tree would tell you that it came from nowhere. It lives within the tree. I'll give you a nature check to try to interpret what it means exactly.
I guess I'll do that again.
That's just the nature of 4.
It was a 12?
I got a 4 on nature.
A 4, okay.
I don't know who was rolling. I'm sorry.
It sounds like he just rolled. Yeah, the infection tells you that this is where it lives. This is where it's always been.
Do you have any other fungus like yourself you can communicate with?
The answer is an unhelpful yes and no, because there are many spores and colonies within the tree and within the root structure and within the boughs. But as far as this fungus knows, it is the only fungus in existence.
Okay.
So it's not connected to the rest of the fungus here, then.
Yeah. What about the grass? Has it seen any fungus or human-sized fungus creatures moving about?
The grass is able to
Anything that
corroborate.
looks like a creature?
Well, the tree has seen the people fighting with blade and fire. The grass couldn't have seen that.
I asked the grass if it's seen any creatures that walk like a person but wrong. Or another large animal, but wrong. Walk across them recently.
Not large animal, but certainly insects.
Okay.
There's a particular colony of ants in the side of the hill that no longer act like ants.
Can I find these ants?
With a survival check, possibly.
Sure.
I could probably ask the blades of grass to like bend in the correct direction. They can do limited animation.
Yeah, they can point you
Shows
that
it
way. Go
now.
ahead and make this survival check at advantage because the grass can kind of point the way.
Okay.
The grass forms a giant arrow.
Let me see if I have a D4. It's an 11 without a D4. Let me actually bring up my full character sheet instead of the truncated version and insight survival. I do have 2 D4s for survival. You said survival, right? Not
Yep,
nature?
Survivor.
Okay. All right, I'm going to use both D4s on this.
Okay.
So that is a 11, 15, 17.
Okay. Yeah, you search the side of the hill in the direction that the grass has indicated. I would assume that even tall grass would be difficult to actively follow their directions. Because I'm trying to think, like, how would grass that is moving purposefully interact with the wind that is also kind of moving over it? But you piece it together. You go out to the south side of the hill, near to one of these hay bales over here, and there is a sizable ant mound here with no activity around it, which is very strange for a mound of ants at this time of day.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the grass hasn't seen any people, just ants.
The grass would only see people if they were walking across the grass.
Yeah, yeah.
But they're actually
what
they're taller than ants, which is a weird sentence, but I enjoyed it.
I'm gonna. Does anyone? I guess I'll just bend down and like dig into the ant hill a little bit with my hands.
With your hands?
I mean-
your bare hands?
I was gonna say, but let me ask for some gloves. Do we have anybody with got any gloves?
I mean, Genevieve's armor has gloves. I don't know if she could take them off and hand them to you.
What kind of armor do you wear?
Me, nothing.
Genevieve.
Scale mail.
Scale. So you have scale gloves?
I assume that, like, with armor, you have, like, leather boots and gauntlets and etc. to cover up the non-armored parts.
Right, you would need some sort of glove on your hand because an actual scale gauntlet, like you're thinking, would have lots of openings for dirt and grit and sand and evil ants
Oh,
to
you know
sneak
what?
inside.
Hold on. So, I changed armor modes.
Uh-huh.
I don't know how I would describe these. I have thunder gauntlets on, which might actually be, like, really big and clunky for, like, this sort of work. So I don't know if that's helpful.
What I'm envisioning is you would need something that actually protects your hands from the soil and the bugs inside, and that's not necessarily what gauntlets would do. Because in order
Okay,
for
well, the
gauntlets to
description of
move,
my-
they have to have joints, and the joints typically have openings.
So the
Okay,
description of my arcane armor is the armor attaches to you and cannot be removed against your will. It also expands to cover your entire body.
Mm-hmm.
So what I'll do instead is I'll take my quarterstaff and just
Hey.
go ahead.
Wait. So, I have a pickaxe. You can dig holes with that.
Oh, okay.
So you just go to town on this ant mound with a pickaxe?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, with a couple of good thwacks. I mean, you get down in there, you pull it out. This is the perfect tool for the job. And before long, you see ant activity deep in the soil, cluttered around. But they're not moving like any ants you've ever seen. They're not kind of scattering around in random directions, following arbitrary pheromone trails. It's more like they're moving in wave-like patterns, like a flock of birds might. Very unsettling.
That's weird.
I'm controlling fungus.
Yeah, sounds like it. Does anyone? Is there? Am I able to like see if there's any like any other fungus like in the grass or anything like that I can talk to? Like anything that's not immediately obvious, like the fungus on the tree?
Possibly these ants.
That's all. I think that's outside of range.
Oh.
I only had
Where were
30
you when
feet.
you
Probably,
cast
probably
it?
not then.
Where my token is?
30 would get down here. This is where I thought the ant hill
Yeah, the
was.
ant mound's down in this area. I'll say you can go try
Okay,
to ask
so
the
yeah.
ant questions if you want.
Yeah, I'll ask the ants questions.
Okay. What do you ask?
My first question for ants is, what are you?
And they answer that they are the spores taken new form. Much more
Do you always
useful
take
form.
the form of ants?
These spores have. And it's enabled to them to be quite productive. Although very recently, the place where they've been thriving has collapsed as though a great stroke of the sky came down upon them.
Lamau.
Oh, that's a tragedy.
Are there any other of your kind that you're in contact with?
And you get the same sort of answer as you did from the fungal colony in the tree.
Mm-hmm.
This colony of ants thinks it's the only fungus around. But it's clearly the same sort of thing you saw in the tree.
Can we actually ask these about?
How would you prepare
All for
mushroom
ideas.
ants?
I'm all open for ideas on what to ask the mushroom ants. So they're obviously plants, not ants.
They are obviously
Ask
plants.
him about the person hanging. Ask if the body hanging in the gazebo is also a spore.
Sure.
They don't know what a person or a gazebo is.
Ask if the ants have been inside
Tread
the structure.
gazebo.
The structure and describe where the structure is. How far have the ants been ranging?
They haven't at all. That's the thing. Is this particular colony probably doesn't have much to talk about beyond maybe the 15-foot circle around where Geppa is currently standing. Like this
So
might
they-
as well
they
be on
haven't-
another planet to them.
Okay, so they have not been in a building or
Nope.
anything like that. Because ants can get anywhere.
But they're not ants. They're fungus in the shape of ants.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They're-
but they could still do all the things ants can do.
They're
Dude,
ants.
Did the spores that are currently in the shape of ants exist in another shape before they were ants?
No,
Like, where
this
do they
is
come from?
how they've always existed. How they thrive in this form. There seems to be no
Well, that's
memory
what-
of what they were before, if they were anything before.
What is their mythology and belief system?
That's an excellent question. Far
Wow.
beyond the scope of this adventure.
Good Lord, Chris.
I mean, you joke,
what
but I've
is-
given
what-
at least a little bit of thought to something like that. Like, I could probably cook something up for you. But it won't help you
What
solve
do
the
they
adventure.
deify as? What do
What's
they
the ants
deify as
want?
God?
Well, currently they
What-
deify this strike from the sky that has come out of nowhere,
Wow,
cleaved
that
through
schism has-
their colony. Many spore shapes have been obliterated, and they're currently in an upheaval, trying to rebuild.
What do the ants want, and do they have a leader?
They don't want anything more than to feed and to thrive and to grow.
What do they feed on?
This is good, nutritious soil in the area here. Lots of organic material. Doesn't sound appetizing to you.
And the grass isn't aware of any additional fungus, right? It's just
We
the
eat
ants
microbial
and-
slime. The grass in the area would be, if you asked like down here, would know that it would say something like, we've seen much fewer activity amongst the ants and insects as of late. It's very strange. They've remained underground below the root system of the grass.
It doesn't seem like these ants are hostile, though.
Well,
I mean, even if they were, what could they really do to you? They're ants. They could ruin, your picnic.
Maybe the fungal entity that we're dealing with isn't hostile by nature. Maybe
That's
it's just trying to survive.
The rats attacked us.
McDohl, you're
rats
from
did
the
attack.
you're from the similar area to me. That phrase, that sentence that Brickroad just said about ants comes from a place from a man who's never fallen into a fire ant.
A fire ant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Good job, Brickroad.
I have,
Thanks
but these aren't
proving
fire
your
ants. I have absolutely gotten eaten to death by fire ants when I was. That's a lesson as a child you learn once,
You learn once. Yeah.
Yeah.
and then
Yeah.
you never make that mistake again.
It happened
No,
to my
we-
brother, and I never had to learn it myself.
Oof.
Thankfully.
Yeah. You have one bad encounter with ants, and next thing you know, you got magnifying glasses on the sidewalk, and it's a whole genocide.
I also learned a lesson about wasps' nests once as a child.
You can't really do anything about wasps. Wasps just do what wasps want to do, and they want to fuck everything up. They're
So,
awful. I hate them.
We've kind of reached the end of the duration of the spell at this point, yes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the tree seems to think it's going to be okay fighting off this infection. It seems to have a low opinion of the people in the area that were trying to fight the infection improperly. You know there's an insect colony that has been overrun by fungus growth. There's a whole war being waged inside of this hill, invisible to human eyes.
So where exactly is the anthill at?
Down here by these hay bales, these haystacks.
Yeah, Alister's gonna get a little closer and see if he can see it.
Oh yeah, you can see it quite clearly because Léopold tore it in half with a pickaxe.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Alister's gonna watch like what they're doing.
Okay, and as I say, they're not moving kind of. A colony of ants will move in kind of this scattered, haphazard, go everywhere at once sort of thing. But these creatures are moving with much more purpose. There's almost a wave-like quality to the way they move, similar to like a flock of birds in flight.
You know, Genevieve thinks, and she points at this building. You said that it was sealed from the inside. What if we just knock on the door?
And again, I think we should deal with the rest of the farm first because either everything in there is already dead or everything in there has survived because of the barricades.
Well,
Yeah.
if there's anything here that's going to... She doesn't really finish that sentence.
Yeah, let's done with Geppa on this.
All right. Grass is quiet now. I say we head over to the farmhouse.
Okay.
Let's check the gazebo carefully first.
The gazebo's super gross.
Yeah.
Oh, I can smell it from here, she says.
You don't actually smell. I mean, you kind of smell a faint, sickly, sweet, kind of moldy smell. But you don't. What you don't smell is like rotting corpse. There's definitely a corpse here, but it's been completely desiccated. And you don't smell the putrefying flesh odor that we're all so fond of.
I mean, I really don't want to approach it, but I feel like I should, she says.
Hold on. I can have a mage hand poke it. Do we want to poke it?
Can
I
always
almost want
count
the
on D&D
mage
players to poke the body.
Yeah.
I almost want the mage hands to hold like a piece of fabric over Genevieve's face so she can breathe through her cloth.
Oh, we're terrible. We didn't bring a 10-foot pole.
No, it's okay. We got a mage hand.
You can't blame
Hugo?
me. I gave you guys a whole training dungeon to make sure you were prepared for your life as a D&D adventurer.
Yeah.
What the
Yeah.
next training dungeon
Yeah.
needs
Wanna get
is a
back
trap that gets set off 10 feet away from where the pressure plate is.
All right, everybody get ready. It's probably gonna try and eat us. Yeah.
I like this. Hey, Hugo, you go kick it because you're the.
Big
So-
strong man.
You're just
I have
sending
my,
your
I
mage
have my
hand over?
idea.
What's Hugo's
Yeah,
idea?
Alister.
No, I was.
So, Alister, what are you doing to
Yeah,
this poor mummified corpse that did nothing wrong?
So using the mage hand, he's gonna like pull at the strands, holding it up in the air, and see if it'll drop down.
So you kind of try to pull out some of these tendrils that are holding this corpse up?
Yeah.
And they're quite strong. They are made of this fungal growth, so they're not impossible to break. A mage hand can do what? It can exert like 5 pounds of force or so.
Yeah.
So
10 pounds, I think.
10 pounds. So one at a time, you could start breaking these tendrils off. But as you do, the nearby tendrils move and snake. And you realize that with just a mage hand, you're not going to be able to release this body. By the time you've broken through some number of them, others will have grown in their place.
Okay, question for you.
Yeah.
So mage hand, it can't attack.
Mm-hmm.
It can't carry more than 10 pounds. But if you put a dagger in the mage hand, the mage hand holds the dagger, and the mage hand just like flies by, can the dagger slice the tendrils?
What you've done there is just described an attack.
But when you're like using a knife to cut up carrots for soup, are you attacking the carrots?
No, because the carrot's not a creature and it's not alive.
This is
You're saying this is a creature.
This is Bart and Lisa spinning their arms at each other. Oh, if you walk into my arms, it's entirely your fault.
No, you cannot give your mage hand a knife and tell it to cut something with the intent of damaging it.
Okay.
I'm not even totally sure why. I mean, you could have your mage hand. Is mage hand concentration?
No.
No.
But you have to use. What do you have to use? An action to make it do stuff?
Yeah.
You can use your action to control the hand.
Okay, so it's pointless to have your mage hand cut up a carrot for your stew. Because you're using your action every turn that you would be using to chop up the carrot to tell your mage hand to chop up a carrot. You're just chopping up a carrot in the least efficient way possible.
But the carrot might have poisonous gas, and if you cut it, the gas comes out and kills you.
Why are you putting anything into your stew that might have poisonous gas inside of it? You're not allowed to cook anymore.
Sometimes you cook things to make them edible, such as chicken.
Or potatoes. Potatoes are poisonous.
So yeah, you can have the mage hand start to break apart these tendrils. They are breakable, but they're also they're regrowing very quickly. They kind of slime down from above and create new strands, which dry and solidify very quickly, offering the tensile strength needed to hold this corpse.
Okay, so new approach. So he's going to use the mage hand's going to poke the corpse, not attack it. Poke it. Poke and prod it to see if it's alive.
You poke it. What is Jen's idea?
How, like, if Genevieve wanted to walk up and, like, use a dagger on the strands, like, is this above her head? Could she reach them?
You'd have to reach up over your head, but yeah, you could reach them. I mean, imagine standing in a gazebo and reaching up, cutting something from the ceiling. If there was like a pot of spaghetti hanging from the ceiling.
So the next question was, could Hugo reach it? Because he has a great axe.
I would say both of you can reach it. Yeah.
So here, I have a better idea.
Yeah.
And Hugo takes a throwing axe off his hip, motions like he's going to throw it up in that direction. Hey, yeah.
So what you're saying is, you're asking if you can attack the gazebo.
Yes.
Been waiting for that one.
He has been.
What's the goal? You're trying to throw your throwing axe in such a way that it like slices through the tendrils and lets this corpse fall?
Correct.
All right.
And I'm waiting for the consent from the rest of the party before I attempt this.
Yeah, so Alister consents, but he's afraid that if someone goes over there and tries to get too close and cut it, the tendrils are going to grab them.
Right now, you're standing about 15 feet away from it. You know, you're standing just outside the gazebo. You got a nice clean shot. Now would be the time to try throwing your hand axe.
Yeah, I've got a rage increment. Let's see, 20 feet. Yeah, so no, I think this is fair and far apart.
Go ahead and give me go ahead and roll the hit.
Sure. I have what is the hit bonus because my computer is acting angry. Okay, 6. Oh, all the dice vanished. Might be. 14 to hit.
14 to hit. I'm going to describe maybe the grossest thing I've ever said in my life, but I put a lot of thought into this.
Bet.
Have you ever seen the show Is It Cake? Where they like show you two things.
Yes.
And one of them's a thing and one of them is cake. And you're like, that's definitely not a cake. That's a shoe. Then they cut into it. You're like, how is that cake? It's impossible. You're looking at this corpse. It looks like the desiccated corpse of a man. It must be the desiccated corpse of a man. The texture looks like that. It's got ratted clothing on it that's been eaten through by this mold. You can see the skin hanging in parts where it's drawn taut across the bones in exactly the correct way. Its eyes are sunken, but they're still there, strands of hair. When you cut the tendrils and the thing drops, it's as though the whole thing is made of pudding. It just splatters against the floor of the gazebo, and then it starts bubbling, hissing as it seeps through the cracks of the floor, trying to... You don't know what it's trying to do, but it's the grossest thing you've ever seen.
Hugo pulls the axe off his back, rabies it.
It's not coming towards you or doing anything. It's just the man has splattered into a large puddle of multicolored, moldy slime and just kind of seeping around the floorboards of the gazebo.
That's disgusting.
I was going to take out a torch and light it.
Yep.
Yeah, good call.
Hugo, yeah.
Yeah.
Geppa.
I throw the torch on the ass.
Alister takes out a torch and light it, and you remember the tree told you they tried to fight it with
fire.
blades and fire.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna stop them though.
You're not going to stop him?
No, I'm not going to stop him either.
I explained that to them if they weren't listening.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah, I'm not going to stop him for that.
Well, before
Alister.
you do that, like
yeah, hold on. What's that, Treble?
I was gonna say, if you want to test like how good that is, we could test all kinds of damage types. I could just punch it with different.
I don't
Maybe
think
cold
we're
work.
gonna want to go. Okay, so here's the dilemma. Right now, the fungus isn't angry at us. If we set it on fire, it might be.
So is anybody stopping Alister from throwing this lit torch?
So
No.
is
No.
there a risk of like this going up in flames and then like the entire farmstead going up in flames?
No, almost certainly not. Because
Okay, then Genevieve's not concerned about that.
you would
No,
need a
but if I
firestorm
do
of
this,
much,
we're
much
not gonna
larger
torch it.
size.
Yeah, that's the main concern. Was like if everything gets on fire, like if that's not going to happen, then the Genevieve will just step back.
All right.
Alister will mage hand the torch over, and actually, he's going to use the mage hand to light the gazebo on fire, not the fungus.
It would be difficult to light a gazebo on fire with a torch.
I mean, it depends on how desiccated the wood is, I suppose.
I mean, the wood's currently covered in this semi-fluid mold slime.
So using the mage hand, he's going to move the torch closer. He's not necessarily going to drop it directly on there yet.
It's a very well-lit
Also-
gazebo.
Yeah, does the fungus like recoil with the fire, or go towards the fire? Like, how does it react to the flame?
It's difficult to see if it's reacting to anything at all. It's just kind of slopping and sloshing about the base of this gazebo. There's a fairly large amount of slop. Because remember, it was taking the shape of this man.
Is it reacting to it? Genevieve says.
It's difficult to say what it's reacting to, if anything. It's moving in a lot of directions in a lot of ways at once. In some spots, it's acting more like a fluid. In some spots, it's acting more like a solid.
He's going to move the torch closer to the fluid to see if it like recoils away, or even any reaction at all. Really,
You don't seem to get any reaction. It's not one that's visible in any case.
Hey, Alister,
yeah.
how long would it take you to create a bunch of vials of acid? Maybe that would work.
I could literally punch with acid.
But do you want to punch this? What if it like latches
Yes.
onto you?
I don't think I'm willing to let you try to touch this with your bare hands, my friend.
I don't think
Yeah,
Leo ever
what?
gets to the end of that question. Somebody asks, Leo, are you sure you want to punch? Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know, Geppa, you talk to the tree. Do we want to explore a little bit more before we start lighting things on fire?
I'm just concerned that there are things that might attack us that weren't interested in me when I was invisible around here.
Okay. Well, it doesn't seem like they're scared of the fire, so Alister will pull the torch away.
Okay.
It could just be immune. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll hold off on this for now until things
Yeah.
get a little more hostile.
Maybe cold would be more effective, or acid. That's what Genevieve
I-
thinks.
I could punch it.
Alister, can you retrieve my axe for me, please?
Yeah, Alister will bring the torch back to himself and then use the mage hand
It's
to
super
light the
gross
axe.
and you need to clean it off, but otherwise unharmed.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't put that in your mouth.
Is that what Hugo does every time he
Hugo-
retrieves his axes? He licks them clean.
Does he lick his weapons?
Hugo looks like really confused and like why was that even a thing you would think about saying?
He calls his axes the flavor collectors.
You know, sometimes warriors lick their blades to look scary.
Hugo's goal is not to look scary. Good lord.
Hugo is friend shaped.
Yes.
This is why your parties suck, Alister.
Wow. Harsh. What's next?
Why do you take a D4 psychic damage?
You have disadvantage on your next attack roll.
Now, on the map, these trees look like gross and dead, but they're not actually gross and dead. I think this is supposed to be like a horror-themed farmstead, but other than the horrific corpses, it's actually a pretty quaint little... So you're looking into a window into this dining room.
What does this look like on the outside? Does it look infected and horrible?
This is a horse cart that's just kind of been abandoned here. So it's kind of listing against the ground. Looking around the back of it, there's nothing in the back of the cart at all. It's just in the chaos and fury of whatever happened here, this cart just kind of got left behind. Easy to imagine, like, loading up bales of hops and then taking this cart down south to West Keep to sell the wares off, etc.
Anything in the well before Geppa rushes inside?
So is Geppa climbing in through this window?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll get to that in 1 second. Peering down the well, what's your light source? Just the sunlight?
Sunlight and I guess a torch?
If you hold the torch over it. Peering down the well, it looks very deep and dark. And maybe way down deep at the edge of your vision, you see it's blocked by something. Also,
Actually,
there was a well house constructed here at one point, and it's been destroyed. You see the pieces of it laying around, the roof shingles and the broken boards of it.
Alister's gonna pick up a rock from the ground and use the light cantrip on it, and then drop the rock down there.
You see the second grossest thing you've ever seen, because some ways down the well, maybe as far as 70, 80 feet or so, the rock doesn't hit water. Instead, it just lands on what looks like this putrid colored spiderweb material that's blocking off the well.
Oh god, it's in the water.
Geppa pulls open the windows and climbs into the dining room. The first thing you notice is that there was a meal on the table at some point that has been completely taken over by fungal growth. That seems to particularly thrive on the leftover organic material here. So there's little patches of it on plates on the table.
I pull my cloak up over my face.
Okay. The whole room
Can I
has
see
a
any more
very
of this
musty odor. Is that the whole room? It's kind of hard to tell on the map, like what's a ceiling board and what's a wall. So you've got a... Oh, I should have notated this map better.
Yeah, Brickroad.
I know, right? Because I can see what I think are doors, but they don't make a lot of sense as doors. You have a door here and here leading up out of the room, and then on this side of the wall, you have a large stone hearth, which you can look through if you stoop down and see into the chamber beyond. The hearth services both of these rooms at once.
Take a look.
It's just ashen and cold. You could climb through into this living area, which adjoins to the front door of the structure. And the saddest thing is always the discarded rocking horse.
And then on the other side?
Oh, dead child.
There's like a weird alcove right here where the wall dips up and then back in that I don't understand the purpose of. But there are two doors next to you, one on either side.
Yeah, I opened one of them.
Which one would you like to open?
The one I'm next to.
Okay. Sometimes I grab a map that just looks neat without paying much attention to how big of a pain in the butt it's going to be to try to erase. I guess it doesn't matter that much.
You know, I wonder if the way back in the day, if the tabletop simulator devs saw you laying cards out on top of the table to try and fog of war.
Mm-hmm. So looking into this room, this would have been the main living space of the house. You see a couple of dilapidated beds. The bed sheets look like they've been chewed through or dissolved by something. Same thing with this shredded rug on the floor. There are a couple of other doors here, one going off to the side, one to the north, and one into a little closet on the side here. In the corner of the room is a large, pulsating mass of fungal mold. You see streaks on the floor in all directions, like squiggly lines coming off of the main mass. Some of them disappear down into floorboards. Some of them snake up and into the walls. It's as though the mass is like feeling the place out in all directions at once.
Is it moving?
It's pulsating. It's kind of got a kind of breathing motion to it if you watch it closely. But it's not moving from that spot.
This one isn't like in the shape of a human or some other animal that got eaten by mold. This is just a mass.
It's not in any particular shape, no.
Got a pulsating mass in here.
Oh. Love a pulsating mass.
That sounds terrible.
Leo, go ahead and put yourself back where you were. Why don't you roll initiative from there?
Let me actually put myself in a square then.
Yeah. It's helpful to have yourself in a square.
Wow. Surprised.
And I got... Oh, I rolled pretty decently. Leo.
Yes.
You guys are sitting here. I mean, Jen is over kind of leaning against the cart. You guys are standing in front of this window. Geppa has climbed in the window, and after a few minutes, he comes back, and he's talking about this pulsating mass he found. And you're just about to ask whether or not you can punch it, because that's the only solution that you recognize to any problem, when you hear a groaning, creaking, breaking sound from behind you. And when you look, the entire gazebo has broken off of its foundation. The whole structure of it, slapping this way and that with this microbial slime that covers its floorboards that you all have disturbed.
Oh no.
And the gazebo begins ambling towards you. Who's at the top of my order? I'm going to say nobody's surprised because everybody was like, don't get too close, the thing's going to come to life.
We've got Alister at 19 with Hugo on deck.
Ew. Let's see. I guess I'm gonna do a heroism.
Mm-hmm.
On. Alright, Hugo and Leo. I'm gonna cast a 2nd level heroism on you. Which just lets me get both of you. You both get 3 temporary hit points. And at the start of every turn, you get 3 temporary hit points.
Stick.
Nice.
3 temporary hit points, you said?
3 temp hit points. You basically get healed for 3 points of damage each turn. And then he's gonna get out of the way.
He gets out of the way. Fair enough. Who's next?
Next up, we've got Hugo with the gazebo on 16. I've been waiting for that.
I'm upset that happened.
I'm not. Hugo starts charging, and as he does, he starts growing. he is a large creature for the next minute.
Ooh.
That's a really trippy perspective.
So now you're as big as the
And
gazebo is.
Yep. And he's going to swing his axe, his mighty, mighty axe that is now much larger.
What would you like to axe the gazebo?
I would like to axe the gazebo. Does an 11 hit?
11 does hit.
AC of gazebo.
It has an AC of gazebo.
Gazebo.
If any of you guess what stat block I'm using for the gazebo correctly, I will give a 50% experience bonus to everyone.
Rocky
Shambling mound.
It's a stat block that like I've been wanting to put in play, but I just never have a place for it.
My money's on shambling mound.
So, I'm going to say, okay, so I get a little bit of extra nonsense on this.
Sure.
On all of this. So please bear with me. It's a new class feature. I haven't used it yet.
New class feature, who dis?
Yep. So each one. Once on each of my turns, one of my attacks with a weapon or unarmed strike can deal an extra d6 of damage.
All right.
So for that, we're looking at a total of plus 4 to hit. Yeah. Okay. So 17 points of slashing damage
Whew.
to this gazebo.
All right.
And I would request the gazebo to make a strength saving throw.
Or what?
Or be shackled by fiery shackles and take fire damage.
It's an 8 on the strength save.
That's not gonna do it, my friend. So yeah, no. At the start of each of the gazebo's turns, it is at first it's restrained for a minute.
Okay.
It takes 2d6 fire damage at the start of each of its turns, and it can repeat the save at the end of each of its turns.
So it's restrained? Does
Yes.
it take any fire damage right now?
No, at the start of its turn it does, which is actually coming up right now. So.
All right. So it's turn right now. So let's apply the fire damage.
Yeah, I got gazebo with Léopold.
Yeah, it's going to take 6 points fire damage.
Okay. I need Hugo
Sir.
to make a Constitution saving throw, please. Your DC is 15.
Reasonably sure I can make that. Not with that roll, though.
No?
That's only a 10.
So as the fiery shackle burns into the gazebo, the interaction between the fire and the slime mold releases this noxious black cloud, this just putrid cloud of spores, and when you breathe it, it chokes you inside, coats the inside of your nostrils and your mouth, your tongue, and into your throat, and you are poisoned for 1 minute.
Guys, I found out why the tree said the fire doesn't work.
And it's going to do that again every turn, I guess. It's restrained, so it can't move.
Yeah.
But it can attack at disadvantage, which it's going to do. I don't get multi-attack because it's a gazebo.
Yes, that's why it doesn't get multi-attack.
That's
I have a-
logical.
I have a 12 to hit Hugo.
That does not hit Hugo.
As the thing,
See, I was out. You let me put on my armor. That was your first mistake.
the thing is thrashing against these fiery tendrils that are holding it in place, and it just tries to crash into you with the side of its gazebo structure.
Let's see. Let me verify my saving throw to make sure you have a fighting chance to break this.
It's a strength save to try to break the restraint. at the end
Yes,
of
your
its turn.
DC is 8 plus proficiency bonus, which is 2, plus Constitution modifier, which is 2. So 12 is your DC.
I got a 14, so it breaks free and is no longer restrained as of this moment.
Correct.
But you
At
did
the
get
end
some
of its-
fire damage, and it didn't get to move, and now it might not get to move. Who's next?
After that, we've got Léopold with Geppa.
All right. 10.
Oh, here, wait, hold on.
15.
Before you move,
I think I was here.
Seems
these
right.
squares here, noxious gas. And Hugo, you'd have to be inside those squares both to attack the
Yeah.
thing and So this is what I was seeing here. So if you want to get up into melee range to attack it, you have to go into the cloud of noxious gas.
10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. We're going to move here. I'm going to blow a 30-foot cone of... We're just going to go down the energy list, I think, and see if anything works particularly where. We're going to start with cold, because fire... You know, did this.
Fire was not. Fire was not.
So we're going to try cold damage.
It took the full damage from the fire. There was just an adverse effect.
Right.
You can burn it.
Right, yes. I understand. But Hugo's in... I don't want to give Hugo an adverse effect. So I need a DC 13 dexterity saving throw from the gazebo.
And I'm not restrained anymore.
How dexterous is the gazebo?
Not very. I got a 10 on the dex save.
All right.
It also has a dexterity of gazebo.
7 points of cold damage, basically just in a 30-foot. I'm angling it to not hit Hugo, but I'm trying to get as many of the squares as possible to see if there's any reaction with the cold.
Yeah, it didn't like that at all, and it is now bloodied.
So would you say that it had like an I'm trying to figure out if it yeah.
It caused damage, and the thing is bloodied now.
Okay, all right.
The gazebo's bloodied.
Bonus action. I'm good.
You're good there. All right, who's next?
Next up, we've got Geppa with Genevieve on deck. So I can move 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. I'll cast Shillelagh, and then I will also cast Mind Sliver, so I'm going to need a DC 15 intelligence saving throw as I force my mind against this thing.
Ooh, we're bad at these. How's a 4 do on the intelligence save?
No. Please be enjoying 6 psychic damage, and it gets a minus 1d4 to the next saving throw it makes.
All right.
I'm sorry, that's too much psychic damage. It's only a d4. Heal 2 that psychic damage. It's 4 psychic damage.
Okay. And are you staying put there?
Yep, that's my turn. We've got Genevieve with Alister on deck.
So I'm going to go 5, 10. I'm going to say bonus action to have Boswick fire from this position. And then, I don't know if this is going to work, but Genevieve's going to take a deep breath and hold it and charge into the cloud.
Boswick's going to act after you act. You take your turn, and Boswick takes its turn.
Can I, drop him off or something?
Yeah, you could drop him there.
Okay. I mean, he's going to act after me, but this is where I want them to be.
Okay. So you're going to hold your breath before you step into the gas. Go ahead and give me that saving throw.
We'll see if it does anything. Probably doesn't.
I mean, if you pass the save, that's going to model you having held your breath properly.
Well, I got a 1, so 6.
So you are poisoned.
Okay. And I think poison attacks have disadvantage. Right?
Yes, all of your attack rolls and ability checks will have disadvantage.
Okay. Well, I got a 20 and a 19, so does a 24
I believe you said
hit?
earlier for 1 minute.
Yeah, for 1 minute. So 24 will hit.
Okay. So this damage type is thunder, and it is 11 thunder damage.
And that's enough. Actually, I didn't give this thing a vulnerability to thunder damage, but I should have, because it's technically a structure.
I didn't even think about that.
Yeah. And so watching the gazebo die is incredibly strange because the thing just crashes back to the ground as though like an earthquake had chucked it aside. And as it does, parts of the boards break and collapse inward, and you can see where the fungus has gotten into all of the wooden structure of the gazebo. And now the slime of it is just seeping away down into the soil, but the gazebo moves no more.
I assume we're off initiative, but she would have stepped back.
Oh, not only are we off initiative, but we've also forgotten that Kenny is here, kind of watching.
Well, I guess she's not here.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
There she
Okay.
is.
So I know how to handle this.
Yeah.
Somebody declare they're responsible for Kenny.
Well, it's Chris's.
I mean, I should be responsible for it, but
Yeah.
I forgot about her.
To be fair, it's also very in character for Kenny to just kind of sit back and watch and bemuse as you guys take care of it all. Like, she's there to help, but
Well, to be fair, like the gazebo didn't last very long.
Yeah, there was not a. Does anybody have a guess for what's? I mean, it didn't get to do its cool attack, but
Shambling mound.
yeah, it's not a shambling mount. Good guess though.
Oh, it's too few hit points. Gelatinous cube.
No,
No, he's
No.
done that.
I've done lots of gelatinous cubes.
You've done lots of those.
I think that an incredibly safe guess, even though you've done these in the past, is the Froghemoth.
I do love a froghemoth. You guys are way too
Yeah.
low level for a froghemoth.
That obviously has never stopped you.
No, this was it used the stat block of a rhinoceros.
Ah,
I've never had it because when do you have a
Was it
chance to
gonna
throw a
charge
rhinoceros?
us?
And it was going to charge. It was going to charge either Genevieve or Alister because those are the ones that are 20 feet away, and you would have taken
oh, but then I
48
then I
damage.
said no.
Yeah, you restrained it, so it didn't get to.
I'm okay
Restraining
with this.
restraining the charging rhinoceros is the best thing you can do.
So Hugo is very large for 1 minute, and then he shrinks back down to normal size.
This kind of
Wow.
cloud of
Sorry.
acrid smoke lingers for about a minute or so before it just kind of settles on top of the slime. The slime is just seeping down into the soil harmlessly at this point. The threat of the gazebo
Yeah.
is over.
What do
Yeah,
we
Hugo-
do to clear the poison condition?
Just wait a minute. You'll cough it all out.
Yeah, it was a minute. Yeah,
Oh, okay, so I'll just delete.
yeah. So Hugo's just flemming it out.
Oh, you're right. That was awful.
That was disgusting. So shambling mound. Geppa?
Pulsating. Pulsating
don't-
mass.
Don't use fire.
I would
Cold.
say we should leave it alone, but since the gazebo attacked us, probably not.
Lesson has been learned. Stay away from fire.
What remains of the gazebo after that?
Just the actual structure has come crashing to the ground. Like picture a gazebo having just suffered through an earthquake kind of thing.
Does the wood still look infected by the fungus though, or is it clean?
The wood's in terrible shape. It looks like the fungus got all into the wood. It's all moist and pulling apart and spongy.
But it doesn't look like there's any more fungus on the wood though.
Just traces of the infection at this point. The actual slime that was inhabiting it has seeped into the ground away from it.
Okay, so if we kill the host, the fungus dies, apparently.
I mean, unless this is now unless this house is also. I eye the house suspiciously.
We're gonna eye every.
It eyes you back.
Yeah, Geppa, I'm sorry, but I think your friends inside that farmhouse are not doing too well.
Like, are you? I ask the house, "Are you alive?" And the house is like, "No, I'm not."
Just
No,
built
it's
the plants with
fine.
a house. That was my mistake.
Do we want to investigate this?
Well, do we just want to like burn this?
Yeah, that's what we got. That's our job. And also, we obviously do not want to burn things. What did we just learn?
Yeah, don't use fire.
Maybe if we just set everything on fire and walk away. I don't know.
We have just. Well, I mean, it would have been. We'd have learned it one way or another sooner or later. I'd rather us, learn it outside here in the open air where the air can clear properly.
Yeah, I mean, the fire was effective. It just has really bad side effects.
Yes. So use fire at range and not up close. Got it.
Perhaps if
The
we had some
cold
kind of
seemed to work inhibitor.
fireball.
No.
That's way beyond.
What
That's
I can
way
do
above
for you
our
is a
pay
fire
grade.
bolt.
Did we
That's
learn
just
anything about the
crazy talk.
cold damage? Was the cold damage vulnerable?
It was effective.
It was
And
effective.
it didn't. Nothing terrible happened when you froze it.
And then thunder, like almost everything, that just.
What did the rest of you think of watching Léopold blow a frost cone out of his mouth?
Seems normal.
Don't sit in front of him during dinner.
And
Oh, it's too hot, and he blows on his
Hugo
food.
gets
and you get a-
huge.
Yeah, he's huge.
Yeah, I
Leo-
want one of those breath mints.
Like, Leo is waiting for you guys to ask questions, and he's visibly deflated when you don't.
What? Everybody seems to have just gotten more powerful.
Yeah, I do random
Yeah.
shit like that all the time.
Wow.
We're all weird here, Leo.
We're all very strange indeed.
She says from her Samus Aran armor.
Are you psychic too?
Do you have a morph ball? Oh,
Ooh, could I?
Maybe-
I bet an artificer could totally do a morph.
maybe it's at the bottom of that well. You should send someone in to check.
Yeah, let me just hop
Yeah,
in, you guys.
That's
You
a
could skin
that's a multi-world
will-
reference.
Yeah, my face will never get that from me.
you can skin the reduce spell as being
Good
in
thing
a
we
morph ball.
good thing we kicked not a butt face out of this party.
Yeah. So what's next?
No, we miss him.
I'm gonna look around the backs of the house before we go charging in.
You want to go walk the perimeter?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
I
probably
will
not a bad idea.
go ahead and give you the rest of the house here.
Check it out before we go running inside and setting things on fire.
Let me erase this first, then I have some description for you. You've got some more infected fields out there. The fungus seems to be thriving throughout many of these fields. And back around this side of the house, there are 2 human corpses back in the corners here. And the way that they're tangled and laying on the ground is impossible to tell where the limbs of one person end and the limbs of the next one begin. They're not moving, but they're clearly infested.
Oh, that's terrible. There's gonna be a surprise around back. Were there any doors into the house on that side?
That's a great question. Give me 1 second. There's a back door to the house here. And then the front door to the house is here.
Does the back door have any windows on it?
There are a couple of windows in the back of the house, but they're shuttered at the moment. The door itself does not have a window in it.
If we break the glass, you think this thing will charge us?
There
We don't know if
might not
it's
even
the
be any
same.
glass. They're just shuttered. Like the window
Yeah,
that
well, if we-
Geppa originally came through, he just opened the shutter and climbed up in.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Alister's gonna mage hand open the shutter from a distance.
Now that I'm looking at it, it looks more like a door than a window to me now. But yeah, you can mage hand the shutter open. And
Inside.
the back room of the house looks to be some kind of workshop area. In fact, would Alister recognize a distillery if he saw one?
Probably, yeah.
So yeah, like large vats for distilling alcohol. Give me a history check.
I have acquired Victor's dice roll. That was a 7.
A 7. Okay. So yeah, it looks like they not only are growing hops as their trade, but it looks like they're also distilling liquor or making beer or something.
Forbidden fungus juice.
Forbidden.
Hugo, my suggestion is we take care of these corpses in the back before we go charge the pulsating mask.
Where would we give these an honorable burial? Genevieve asks.
They're gonna turn to mush as soon as we destroy them, so don't worry about it.
How do you bury a lump of mashed potatoes?
Dig the hole under the potatoes?
You need a big spoon.
Yeah. I don't suppose brewing has any relation to an alchemy kit.
No.
That would give me help here. Okay.
No,
James knows nothing about beer.
you could recognize it as a distilling area or because, but you wouldn't unless you took a proficiency in a brewer's kit. I think that's a proficiency, a tool proficiency you can take.
Yeah.
Alister's gonna lock the back door.
Okay,
Is there a lock?
not on the outside of it. You'd have
Oh
to.
yeah, can you open it, lock it, and then
You could send a
close it?
mage hand in the open window. Actually, do you have line of effect? You don't. There's a wall here. The door doesn't go into this room. The door goes into a hallway next to that room.
Okay.
Do you want me to just pick the lock closed?
There wouldn't be a lock to
Yeah.
pick. It would be a latch on the inside of the door to throw.
Oh, okay. I see. A deadbolt.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, okay. That's a significantly higher roll with a lockpick.
Yeah, just watch the door so something doesn't come charging out at us.
Okay.
He's like, I only get surprised once per session. That's my limit. It's not happening again.
What do you think, Hugo? You want to see if these corpses are alive before we go inside?
That was a fantastic sentence. I want you to stop and think about that one for a minute.
And other normal sentences said by normal people.
I'm just gonna throw a fireball with this one.
Throw a
You wouldn't
firebolt
expect
at
because
it.
he wouldn't be alive either.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah,
let's
so
roll,
looking to firebolt at is probably the safest way to do
roll
it.
some initiative. Ew. That's a very low roll.
Did you roll poopy?
I rolled kind of bad, yes.
I rolled poopy too, so don't feel bad, Brickroad.
Not as bad as I. Oh, yeah.
Just as bad.
We're twins down here. All right.
Yay!
It's nice to use that part of the board.
All right, so Geppa's going to throw a firebolt, but it looks like we've got a couple people that can act before Geppa when they see he's about to throw a firebolt. It's up to you if you want to do anything before that or not.
Nope.
So we've got Jen at 19.
Let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 6. Can I see this one from here? I don't think I can I?
So you can see it because it's clearly two people kind of huddled together, but the infection has caused the bodies to begin fusing. So you can't tell where the limbs of one of these people end and where the limbs of the next one begins.
Okay, if I can target it, I'm gonna have Boswick fire a blast at it. He has his own little, like, mini laser eyes.
There's too much laser eyes.
Right? 15 to hit?
15 does hit.
I think that's 4 damage. Let's see here. Oh, no, so 3 force damage.
3 force damage. So you have Boswick blast the thing with laser eyes, and exactly like what happened with the man in the gazebo. The structural integrity of the person gets blasted away, and it's clearly dissolving into just this pudding-like structure now.
And then he can move, and he's going to just step back a bit.
Okay, who's next?
Okay, that's
Got Alister with Leo.
Alister is going to hold an action where if this thing starts coming towards us, he's going to cast Bane.
So if it moves towards you, you're going to cast Bane on it? Okay.
Yeah.
After, you know what? I'll do this. After Genevieve's attack, it becomes clear that you're only dealing with one creature. It's just inhabiting 2 human
that
corpses
works.
that are
Okay.
partially fused.
Okay.
Who's next?
Got Leo with Geppa. No, Treble's not here. I think Leo dodges.
Okay.
Yeah, I just dodged. Sorry,
No,
there's things happening out here. I apologize.
Not things. Things are the worst.
And as I said, I'm just going to throw fireball bolts at it.
All right, go ahead and roll to hit.
So that hits an armor class of 10.
10 does hit. Believe it or not.
Firebolts are ever. Dealing 9 fire damage.
Okay. And just like before, when you burn the fungus, it gives off this noxious cloud around it. This time, nobody's standing there.
I'll cast Shillelagh as a bonus action and move in front of my somewhat squishier companion. That's my turn.
All right.
I forgot we have... Hold on. Kenny's going to be next.
Oh,
All right, we have Kenny at 9 with Hugo on deck.
okay.
Where's her pawn?
Oh, she was down
It's
here.
down here.
That's the last time, so she's
Just
standing
put her
by.
somewhere.
Yeah, so Kenny is going to do what Kenny does.
I think this is Kenny's first appearance in the campaign. Do you want to do a quick rundown of what she can do?
Yeah, so Kenny is a human artillerist who doesn't like magic. She likes things to go boom. So she shoots stuff. Kenny technically has spell slots, but she never uses them. She has better things to do. She has Infusion of Repeating Shot, which is a +1 to attack and damage roll and ignore the loading property. And she doesn't have to worry about ammo, which is nice. She has a really cool cowboy hat. It gives her a +1 AC. She has multi-attack, steady aim, a long pistol, and a pistol whip. And she has a ricochet shot if she misses.
So Kenny combines a little bit of the rogue ability of steady aim with the arcane archer ability to, if you miss a creature, she can turn it into a hit on another creature.
Yeah, there's only one creature here.
There's only one creature here. And it shouldn't be too hard to hit.
She's going to take 2 long pistol attacks.
I like to think she spins the gun between each attack, just to be fancy.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Absolutely. If you multi-attack, you have to do a pistol flip.
You have to spin it, yeah.
It's in the rules.
You're just gonna keep twirling your gun and
She's a show-off, so
firing,
she's
huh?
gonna stand back some.
Literally built a Shadowrun character around that concept.
So she's gonna be 30 feet away. Okay. Yeah, so she's gonna shoot, spin, shoot.
She does get multi-attack because she's higher level than you guys. You guys have to wait another 2 levels.
2 levels.
Is it 17 hit?
17 does hit.
Wow. First attack is going to be 6 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
Spins to reload, fires another shot. 21.
Also hits.
It's going to be 9 points piercing damage.
Okay, and the thing is bloodied. Is Kenny moving or staying put?
She's going to step back and take a bow.
Very well. Who's next?
Next up, we have Hugo with the monster on deck.
Tell you what I'm gonna do.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna move over here in front of my companions. I'm gonna radiant action. If it comes into melee range with me, I'm going to attack it
Very good.
with my great axe.
Is that it for Hugo?
Yep.
Okay, the thing is going to move towards you. I think this triggers 2 actions.
That's a Bane. So I need a DC 13 Christmas save.
I have a 5
like
on
you
the
said
charisma
it.
save.
Sound like you said Christmas save.
It fails its Christmas save, so it's Bane, and that's also going to trigger Hugo's held action.
Yep. All right.
It is Bah Humbug.
25 to hit.
25 does hit.
Okay. That is 12 points of slashing damage.
Whew, you almost got it. So as it moves, even though part of it is still made up of what looks like human limbs, it doesn't locomote itself by using its limbs. It kind of reaches forward, slaps the ground, and pulls itself along with surprising speed, using the body parts in all the wrong ways. Till it gets to this point, and I can throw a pseudopod at Hugo, and I can throw one at Geppa.
And each one loses a D4.
That's right. Thanks for keeping me honest, even though I don't think either of these hit anyway. So for Geppa, I have a 12 to hit.
No.
And for Hugo, I've got a 13 to hit.
Nope.
All right. So yeah, the thing tries to lash out with its pseudopods, but it's definitely having a bad time. Who's next?
Next up, we have back at the top with Genevieve, followed by Alister.
Genevieve will use her newly patented Genevieve Punch. And she will hit the thing 21 to hit.
What do you mean Genevieve Punch? That hits, but I need more information.
It's like Falcon Punch, but she just shouts her own name and then goes, Punch! And then it's extremely loud because it's thunder damage. 7 thunder damage.
And that's enough. That'll kill the creature. You know what I'm picturing? God, is it? I haven't played the game, but I've watched friends of mine play. I think it was one of the Fallout games where you get like this pneumatic arm that punches, but it makes train sounds. Like it lets off a god of steam and it choo choo and punches. That's what I'm picturing here.
I mean, I could use one of my trinket things. I can make it do the tiger roar.
I'm sure Dahlia would love that.
Yeah.
And yeah, as the thing loses form and coherency and it slaps down to the ground, it's clear that some amount of the colony has survived and it's seeping down into the soil, but it poses no more immediate threat.
Genevieve has the idea suddenly, like, wait, shouldn't we, like, collect some of... Oh.
Hugo.
There's plenty of it around to collect.
As you look, Hugo, as you're standing here, as the cloud, the smoke is kind of starting to settle and break apart the particulate in the air, you see that the two human bodies were huddled over something shiny.
Hugo prods through it with the butt of his axe.
So you walk up into the...
Find the,
You can wait a minute for the cloud to disperse. You're not going to take damage if you go up in there.
yeah, and then I'll
Okay.
go pick up the shiny things.
The organic material, so the soil, even the dead wood of the boxes, and like there's a rake here with a big handle. Organic material is badly deteriorated, corroded, disintegrated, however you want to talk about. The clothes that were on the people's bodies are worm-eaten, and however, the metal seems unfazed by the fungal infection. You see the heads of tools and things. The head of the rake is in particularly good shape, as well as a bag of gold coins that was clutched in the hands of one of these people as they died here, as the infection got hold of them.
Well, regrettably, jackpot.
And there are 17 gold coins in there. Kinney's going to want a cut of the treasure of the adventure, by the way.
Oh, yeah, obviously.
Yeah. Well, just hold on to it for now.
Yeah.
Split it up when you're done.
Yeah, we'll split it up when we're done.
Or Hugo's plate fund.
That's your first actual adventure treasure. That's got to be a good feeling.
Yeah.
It's like getting your
It is
first
a good
paycheck.
feeling.
17 pieces of gold.
We're gonna frame that gold on a wall.
So what's your next plan of attack here? Where would you like to go next?
Oh, we need to take care of this mass, this pulsating mass.
The pulsating
Is there a
mass?
door here on this, whatever
There
this
is. I don't believe so. I'm going to double check for you. There's
I
not,
know
but there's
it's in here.
windows along the western and southern walls of that room, but no door.
Can Genevieve peek in?
Genevieve. Where's my lens of truth? Who stole my lens of truth?
I don't know where
It's right there.
the window is.
It was right there next to the thing.
Mm-hmm. Trying to steal the lens of truth. Genevieve, this room's awful.
Oh, here's the window. Okay. So.
Yeah, you've got a window in the western wall and then one in the southern wall. This is a bedroom. It looks in relatively better shape than the rest of the house you've seen because it looks like two people, possibly the lord and lady of the estate, barricaded themselves in this room at some point. So you've got furniture that's been pulled up in front of the door here, like a wardrobe or something's been placed there. The bed is covered in blood, absolutely drenched, and you see two dead bodies, a man and a woman, laying there. And the wounds look self-inflicted. Sad to say.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
These people had no escape from this room.
You guys, there's people that are in here and they didn't die to the fungus. I think they committed suicide.
So fungus doesn't infect dead bodies, I guess?
There's no
Well,
sign
the
of fungal
room is
infection in the room, just the bed of death here.
Can I climb into the window?
There's actually glass panes in these windows, but you could break them easily enough.
I'll break it.
Okay.
Yeah.
You do
Maybe
see
we can find out
signs
how
of
long they were inside.
signs of fungal growth along the outside of the window pane and the wooden base of the window, but it was not able to seep through the glass.
How are they able to prevent the infection from getting inside, I wonder?
By not opening the windows, presumably.
Yeah, I think they killed themselves before it could get inside.
Genevieve wants to examine the bodies to see if she can figure out how long ago they died.
Give me a medicine check. I mean, as soon as you break the window open, you can tell it's been a while because these bodies are in an advanced state of decay. And now that you've
that's-
created a path for the fungus to get inside, they will probably be putting before the day's
that's
out.
fine. But,
Yeah, it's fine. Whatever.
Do I have a D4 for medicine? Oh, not yet. Damn it.
Is that what you? Is that the skill you chose for mushroom class?
Yeah.
How'd you do?
13.
13. So there's a man and a woman. Both of them seem to be maybe middle-aged. So presumably the lord and lady of the manor. This looks to be the master bedroom of the house. And yeah, it looks as though he murdered her and then opened up the veins in his own arms and bled out, rather than face whatever was outside of the wall. It is a gruesome scene.
The blood is dried, and it's probably been there for months or weeks, or can't tell.
Certainly weeks, yeah. There is some evidence that they had been eating in this room before now. Like you find, probably very easy to find, but you find like an overflowing chamber pot in one corner. Like there's evidence that they were holed up in here for quite some time before the
Genevieve
end.
wants to look in dressers for any sort of journal of like Last Testament,
Okay.
something written down. She wants to just look in where
Okay.
maybe they wrote something.
The first thing you find is about 80 gold pieces worth of fine jewelry, fine women's jewelry, in a small mirrored box. You find fine clothes and things. You don't find a journal as such. You do find a ledger. You find the recipients of the farm grows hops and then exports the hops out to other provinces, and a list of traders and the dates upon which the trades were made and how much money was being made. However, the last month or so before the final entry of the ledger, most of those trades stop, and instead comes down to only one trading house out of Old Throne.
She's gonna take the ledger in the jewelry box, and
Okay.
she's gonna climb back out to the party and say, "Hey guys, I found a ledger.
What do you think?
It seems like all the trading kind of dried up, but there's one entry that is at the end."
So, who are the misfits that delivered this fungus?
What skill would be associated with properly reading a mercantile ledger?
Intelligence?
Well, that's the attribute that would go with it, but like, is there?
Yeah.
There's not like a trading skill.
Investigation?
Deception?
That seems like a hole in the skill set. I guess you're not supposed to be doing any trading in D&D. Yeah, let somebody give me an intelligence check to try to interpret the ledger. Just straight up intelligence.
I mean, I'm guessing that's Jen.
Dungeons and Dragons is not EVE Online.
That's true.
I got a +2 intelligence.
I have +3, and I've already rolled, so I have 19.
Raz like, screw it, I'm just rolling. A 19, you said?
I have highest intelligence. I thought it'd be.
So your
Yeah,
first
19.
thought is like maybe the trade dried up and they had to seek new partners. But looking at it, you don't think that's the case. It looks like they had pretty steady trade for many years with various partners. But then they picked up some new trading partner out of Old Throne, dropped all the rest, but were making more money.
She posits that to everybody. She says, like, according to this, their revenue went up after they stopped trading with all these other people.
Well, yeah, they started buying black market fungal weapons.
Yeah.
Orphans
Is there
are
a
all
market for that?
Oh, yeah. The things I've heard at global parties.
There's
I
all
mean-
kinds of unseelie shit that people trade.
I mean, I also found this jewelry, and it looks really nice. Like,
But
they
it's-
probably could afford it.
80 gold pieces worth of jewelry.
I assume that's nice, right?
Yeah, it's nice jewelry.
We could, we
On
could
it.
probably sell it. It's no
Yeah.
good here anymore. That's a potion.
Okay,
Genevieve
grave
ration-
robber, whatever you want.
Genevieve's rationalizing it to herself.
Yeah, Leo calls you a grave robber.
I mean,
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
Got it. Okay, yeah, Treble's away. Okay.
Alister wants to look around this house, make sure there's no piles of corpses waiting for us.
So you want to take a walk around the bottom, the perimeter. This is like a servant's
Yeah.
quarters down here. It looks like probably nobody lives in this house full time, but it's a nice structure on the property. But you can imagine like during harvest times or something, transient workers or someone being put up here. Like this would be a place for like a group of 6 or 8 people that could live comfortably for extended periods. And Geppa already peered into one of the windows and saw the dining area has been overthrown, kind of. And the door to this structure is... Which one is the door? I can't there's no doors. It's just all windows.
Cool.
I'm going to say that this
Windows
is the door here, then. That seems most... like facing inward to the property.
Is it possible to peer in the other windows?
Yeah, if you want to open the shutter.
Yeah. Mage hand open the shutter.
Looking into this room.
I just want to make sure nothing's going to attack us when we go hit the pulse anything and it sounds a giant alarm.
The saddest thing you've ever seen.
Is it dead, baby?
A dead man, a desiccated corpse like the ones you've seen. The tendrils kind of leaking off into the floorboards and into the organic material of these bedclothes on the ground. And then, also dead and desiccated, with its head resting in the man's lap, is a big, sad dog.
Oh.
No!
Yeah, Alister closes the shutter because he doesn't want to kill a dead dog.
Oh, I'm so upset.
You're upset?
I'm very upset.
All right, now that you're very upset, I think now's probably a good time to end the session. We're all upset now. Why don't you tell me where your next plan of attack is, so we know where to pick it up next week, and then you guys can think about
Dog.
some books.
We're gonna attack the dog. No.
So,
I mean,
yeah. Alister's plan was to try and get rid of all the other stuff on the outside because he's pretty sure that when we hit the purple thing, everything else that's around is going to come running.
Think so?
yeah.
Wait, you didn't see
I
any of their
think so, too.
bodies, or you see little patches of the fungus absolutely everywhere, because anywhere there's a patch of grass or a flower bed or anything.
So, before we do the purple thing, though, like, what's going to be our plan for this? Like, are we going to go in there before or after dealing with the purple?
I'm going to say after.
After.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, like we don't have to kill the guy and the dog. We could close the shutter and just hope they don't know how to work a door.
So I'll tell you what, I'm going to go dark for 2 minutes while I add up some experience for you guys, if you want to think about your blips.
Who's was created today?
I literally came back right at the end there, I guess.
Yeah.
Who's creative, Treble?
I wrote down for creative. I wrote down Alister seizing the exam to report it to Professor Blackleaf. I thought that was creative.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
Who was further the party's goals the most today?
I wrote down Genevieve pitches exam credit for looking into the Myconid situation. Like, that's an exam we don't have to take.
Yeah.
Okay.
Look at that.
Badass is huge O.
He was literally huge. Right?
Yeah.
No, it was literally large, not huge.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, you're right. That is different.
You went charging towards the gazebo, so.
Huge
For
O.
attacking the huge O for attacking the gazebo.
And I didn't write anything for intangibles yet. I like Léopold for, like, breathing different elements on various things.
So he's like, yeah, no, I'm good with that, because it's like, he's a new kid. He's a kid with a new toy. And he's got to try it on and everything.
He just wants to punch the slime.
We're getting treasure, you guys.
That's different.
I know,
Hey,
right?
robber. Oh yeah, Leo, you called.
It's not a grave. It's a bedroom. I'm a bedroom robber. Get it right.
Leo, you call Genevieve a grave robber because she stole the jewelry off a dead couple.
It was actually right, like, next to the book, and so she just grabbed both.
All right, who wants some experience points?
Please.
So for 2 violent rats and a puddle of man goo and a gazebo, everybody is taking 195 experience. 195.
Okay.
195, you said, right?
195.
195.
And there's
Hooray.
more experience to be had here. Who wants to take a swing at some blips?
I can go.
I can go.
What does Alister want?
He wants blips. So alignment, chaotic good, a good deed is his own reward. That would be for snatching the Razam and reporting it, because it was the right thing to do.
For snatching the exam and reporting it?
Yeah.
A tattletale is its own reward. It
Yes.
appears. Okay.
It was a morally correct thing. Ideal, the glass is always half full. Blackleaf wanted us to go because she likes us. The mushroom teacher likes us.
Maybe she does. I don't know.
That would be sad if if she legitimately likes you more than anybody else. That doesn't say much for her.
I mean, she does
Alright,
strike
we're-
me as a very sad, lonely individual.
We're awesome.
And then flaw, I just wanted to help. That would be almost throwing a torch on the gazebo.
Yeah, that would definitely have got you loaded up with noxious gas. And then I heard Hugo also wants some blips.
I have my alignment. I tabbed away from that part of my character sheet. Neutral good, just be good, just be excellent to your fellow man for refusing to cheat on the mycology exam.
Okay.
I have my ideal. The peace hard one must be preserved for agreeing to go on this obviously very dangerous mission.
Mm-hmm.
And my flaw, I'm the biggest mark in Fernisco for lighting things on fire and getting crap blown in his face.
Okay. What about Geppa? What does Geppa have for me?
So I've got my ideal. When I set my sights on something, nothing can stop me from immediately waking up the rest of the team in the dorm without actually hearing anything.
Sure.
And I've got my flaw. When I'm bored, watch out, and I'm easily bored for... I'm just going to throw a fireball at this one.
Mm-hmm. After you were warned not to.
It's effective.
I mean,
we understood the danger at that point.
Yeah, we figured out the danger, so we figured we can
That's true.
just stay away from it, and yeah.
And that's it?
Yep.
What does Genevieve have for me?
Alignment chaotic good. Everything has an explanation. I bet I can figure it out. For trying to identify when the couple committed suicide and finding the trade ledger.
Okay.
Idea, what would Eugenia Veritas do? For taking the exam on magical secrets to further her knowledge and ability.
Yeah.
And then flaw, this wasn't what was supposed to be on the exam. For being caught by surprise when Alister ran off with the exam and didn't know where he went.
You haven't taken an exam on what to do when somebody steals your exam.
Right? You're supposed to take the exam. Not
Well-
literally take the exam.
Leopold, what do you got for me?
Just my alignment. Everyone has a place and purpose for, like, seeing where, like, listen, I know where you're going with this. We're students. Our place is to learn. So he just noped out of the, like, I need you to cheat. Nope,
Yeah.
Don't even want to. The less I know, the better.
Is that it?
That is it.
Who had the most creative solution to a problem this session?
We said Alister seizing the exam to report it to Professor Blackleaf.
Okay. Who did the most to further the party's goals?
We said Genevieve pitching for exam credit for looking into this whole situation.
So that was going to be the offer anyway. It did kind of take me by surprise that you guys like asked for it specifically.
We don't want an exam.
Yeah, that was
Right?
that was going to be on the offer anyway. The goal was to make you
I
guys
imagine
terrified
Dean
of this
saying
exam and then have Dean Witherbloom dangle the carrot in front of
Bail
you.
you out.
Yeah.
Who was the badass?
Hugo became very big.
Became Hugo.
He became Hugo.
No, he became Largo. We just had this conversation.
Oh, it's
Huge is the
Largo.
next side. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm large. I'm not.
What
I
level
become
do you have to be
large,
before you're Hugo?
Actually, that might be a thing. Hang on.
Who was intangible while
That'd be
he's
great.
looking up how to be huge?
We said Léopold playing with his breath mint attacks.
Breath mint attacks.
I don't
Okay.
know why I added mint in there.
Very
So
minty.
Hugo would have to
great
become a level 18 fighter in order to become huge.
No, we're not going to make it to 18 in this campaign. No Hugo.
Not with that attitude.
Well, I mean, it's only going to go to 12. We already have it planned out. All right, so Hugo, you had 6 and earned 4. We're currently level 3, yes?
With how much?
Whips are worth 60 at level 3, so you're rolling over 4. Geppa, you had 6 and earned 2, so you're rolling over 2. Genevieve had 6 and earned 4, so you're rolling 4. Léopold had 5 and earned 2, so you're rolling over 1. And then Alister had 6 and earned 4.
You said blips are 60?
Blips are 60 points.
Okay.
What is the title of today's episode?
Fungus Among Us?
Fungus Among Us. Yes. We both thought it.
Well,
must be correct.
Fungus Among Us.
No, the oldest D&D joke.
The
Yeah.
gazebo?
Yes.
Well,
It is a legendary D&D story about a paladin who didn't know what a gazebo was. I shoot it.
Attack the gazebo.
Okay. Did I damage it? Oh, there's an arrow sticking out of it now.
Yep.
All right. And when we come back next week, you're going to have to deal with the sad dog. That's all there is to it. So prepare to be
I
very
get that.
sad.
Yeah.
It'll be a bummer episode next week. All right. Thanks for playing, guys. I'll see everybody next Sunday.
Bye, friendos.